for one another, for the friendships that strengthen our community, for the beauty that surrounds us, and for the opportunity to serve one another. We're grateful for the sense of belonging, the shared history, and the simple joys that make this place our home. As we gather to conduct the business of our city, we acknowledge that every community also faces challenges, so we pray that you would grant us wisdom to address them with discernment, patience, and courage. Help us to seek solutions that are just, practical, and compassionate, always keeping the well-being of our citizens at the forefront. We pray especially for our elected leaders. Give them selfless and humble hearts that pursue the common good above personal interests. Fill them with integrity, grace, and a spirit of cooperation. May they listen carefully, deliberate thoughtfully, and lead with fairness, always mindful of the trust that has been placed in them. Guide our conversations this evening, O God, so they are marked by respect and honesty and a genuine desire to serve. Bless our first responders, city employees, local businesses, schools, churches, and every family who calls this community home. Help each of us to do our part to build a town where justice, kindness, and neighborly love flourish. And may all that is said and done tonight bring honor to you and contribute to the peace, prosperity, and well-being of our community. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6:02 p.m. First Commission meeting on July 13th. Join me in the pledge of allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Manager, do we have a quorum? Mr. Manager, do we have a quorum? And would you provide us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mayor Fletcher Hope,
Present.
Vice Mayor Iris Bailey, absent for the time being. Commissioner Karen Fiore,
Present.
Commissioner William Lewandowski,
Present.
Commissioner Jennifer Rossi.
Present.
I am here, City Manager Donald Barber, Deputy City Manager John Martin, City Attorney Folds and Walker. All right. Sir, we have a quorum.
Thanks, sir. Agenda item 1, are there any additions, deletions, changes for the approval of the agenda?
I have something that I would like added
Yes, ma'am?
under item 6. I would like to be the liaison to Public Works.
Okay, we'll
So if
add
we
that
could
for
add that as discussion.
Okay,
And I'm also, under that Public Works as well, I would like to discuss the community service program that's allowed to us.
okay. We'll add that as item G under new business. My consensus, is that acceptable?
I have some more, Mr. Mayor, before you
Oh,
begin.
okay, I'm sorry.
All right, so I wanted to make sure you guys knew there's a supplemental packet. The work on the ordinance language for the first read for the charter has been done. So we have a couple extra copies for the audience, but you all have a supplemental packet. It has attachments A and B from Folds and Walker that have been updated. That'll replace the one that's found in the packet with the new language from our previous special meeting.
Okay.
We want to add briefly in the attorney's report, we can do that, but there's also a supplemental packet here addressing a letter that the city received for a possible violation of our ordinance with Florida law, and that packet is there too. Again, more copies for the audience if they request it, and the answer to that and suggested ordinance changes for a future meeting, and as I mentioned, Mr. Walker can talk about that during his staff report.
Okay, so you want to add that in the attorney report or as new business?
Just he'll cover it in the attorney. I just want to make you
Attorney
aware of it.
report? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I am going to go over that, the letter.
Okay.
We have a time frame that we've been put on. It's a 10-day notice from the Right to Carry group, and we're already beyond the 10 days by the time we meet this meeting. I intend to respond to them and let them know what we're doing, but basically, and I'll go over this in detail, but basically the ordinance violates state law as it's found right now. I would like to do first reading of that ordinance this evening so that we can put them on notice that we're deleting that section of our ordinances.
Okay, so we want to add that as new item H, or do it in your report?
H would be probably more appropriate.
So then it's line item to itself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. By consensus, that's acceptable to
Yes.
everyone? Okay. Anyone else? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda with the changes as by consensus agreed to.
I make a motion that we accept the changes.
I have a motion from Commissioner Fiore. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And a second from Commissioner Rossi. Any other discussion? Anyone from our constituency in the audience regarding the additional changes in our agenda for this evening? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the agenda as amended with changes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 4-0. Next order of business is, we'll do community announcements and then go into public comments. Are there any community announcements? Upcoming events, wonderful things? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pisco.
Reverend Pisco, First Archer United Methodist Church. We would love to invite the community to our July 28th Senior Lunch Bunch. This is a free lunch that we provide for seniors in our community, but they are welcome to bring family members as well. Lunch is at noon, and this month we're highlighting different salads like chicken, tuna, tossed fruit, that sort of thing. And then we have activities and games and such like that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else with announcements? Okay, go into first comment period. Anyone like to speak? Keep your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Gene Arnold.
Welcome, Mr. Arnold.
2 items. First is Vice Mayor Bailey coming today? Do you know?
It's going to be late?
No, I don't know.
Oh, okay, we don't know.
Okay.
You're unexcused.
Yeah, wait. Yes, she is coming.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, the first item is, and I think you all spoke about it at your charter meeting that you had a couple weeks ago, but Mayor, I thought you did an excellent job representing Archer at the groundbreaking for Newberry Archer, the wastewater event that was 3-4 weeks ago, whatever it was. So tip the cap to you there. Did a great job, and that was a nice event. I know. Yes. Yep. And Mr. Rossi was there as well. So it was fairly well attended by Archer. Is she here? There she is. Our local historian was there as well. So it was a nice event, and it was a nice way to kick it off and to get the momentum going, and it was very positive. And I, in conversations with Mr. Barber, he said that Archer would be doing something similar shortly, so that's exciting stuff as well. Secondly, I have, in my middle age, have only gone to maybe 15 funerals. So I haven't been to many. It's not something I seek out, but I did go to Vice Mayor's father's funeral. And I wanted to touch on that because I got to see something I'd never seen before. First of all, it was very impressive the way that the grandkids spoke about their grandfather. It was powerful. But secondly, I had never seen a military type of tribute, if you will. I know Mr. Martin was there, and trying to think who else was there from the city. Anyways, the point being, it was pretty cool when they played taps and showed the respect of And it was just, it was powerful stuff. So I was honored to be there and to see that and to hear what was said about him. So anyways, thank you very much.
Anybody else? Yes, sir, welcome.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Good-
sir.
Good evening. My name is Abronsi Martin. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, and Mr. Deputy City Manager. And I'm not forgetting you either, Mr. City Attorney. My name is Abronsi Martin, and I'm a candidate for Alachua County Court Judge, Group 5. Quite often it's sort of a tradition to come out to these types of community meetings because, quite frankly, a lot of times people don't know who the judges are. So for lack of a better term, I come out here for you to get a look at me. All right there. So why am I running? I'm running because I feel very strongly in the notion that when a community pours into you, like this community has poured into me and my family, I have an obligation to give back. And if you have the talent, the interest, the commitment to public service that I believe I do, it's my duty to use that in an appropriate manner. So I've been an assistant public defender here in Alachua County for 28 years. I'm currently a felony division chief. I'm a former bar president here in this community. I've served on the Alachua County Charter Review Commission with Mr. John Martin here. And now it's time for me to grow, to expand what I believe is my calling to do some good in this community. So I want to remind you, and a lot of people aren't thinking about that there's a primary election coming on August 18th. Early voting starts August 7th. And I hope that you can learn a little bit about me. My website is abronsimartinforjudge.com. Look about me, ask people about me, and make your choice. And I am confident once you investigate, that I will be the appropriate choice. So I thank you for this opportunity. I thank all of you for the opportunity for me. How you doing, Miss Lizzie? All right. Thank you. All right.
Thank you very much.
Did you leave any cards out there? Did you leave some cards out on the table?
I will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Welcome, sir.
You're all in for a treat. I'm the other candidate. My name is Eric Atria. I've spent at least half the days of the year for the last 9 years in Archer because my kids went to the school down the road with the Peacocks. So I know Archer well. I believe that I've single-handedly kept the Family Dollar in business for the number of days my son forgot his shoes. But I spent a lot of time in the community in Archer. I've also knocked on doors in this community with my son. We knocked on over 100 doors in Archer alone. I think that's maybe most of Archer. But what I want you to understand is that my commitment is to the community, similar to Mr. Martin. I've done public defense for 21 years. I do a lot of pro bono work, and my pro bono work brings me into the civil arena. So I have an understanding not just of criminal law, but of all the areas of civil law that would come before a county judge. And I also teach at the University of Florida. I teach a criminal law class there. So my commitment to this community is strong. I love the town of Archer, and I appreciate you all for being here tonight, and that's who I am. So thank you all. And my website is Atria for Alachua.
Could you also leave a card out front?
I could certainly leave
Thank
some
you.
flyers. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much for being here. Next. And that's my story. Welcome, Ms. Jenkins. I'm sticking to it.
Good afternoon, I'm Lizzie Jenkins. And it would be remiss if I did not get up here and support these candidates because I have interviewed each of the three of them. Okay, did he leave?
Yes.
Okay, but anyway, today I had the honor of interviewing our city manager. And you got to listen to him to hear what we think of Archer. We love Archer. I've always said I love Archer, I do. But whatever we can do in Archer to make it greater, I'm in. I love it. We need help. When we work together, we are stronger. Okay? That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Anyone else? Welcome, Ms. Costello. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm asking y'all to do a resolution or whatever it might take not to allow a data center come into our town. We have a huge piece of property here that could facilitate something like that. And, you know, I guess it's a private owner, but I would imagine most people don't want a data center here. I've heard just bad stuff about them. So could we be discussing or thinking about doing something like that sooner than later? Also, the minutes were done differently, and I think they're wonderful, wonderful minutes. I just want to say one thing. I know it quoted me one time. It said that I was, I think, complaining or something like that. But it didn't say that I said thank you, and I know there was comments made from the dais in the past about me not saying thank you. I don't know if there's any way to add that, but I'm like, oh, what they got, I was complaining, but they never got, I said thank you. So anyhow, a little thing. I see that Waste Pro is here, which is great. So I want to say this, I don't know whether we'll get a chance to talk when they're up, but the trash can lids are left open and it's rainy and it's difficult for some people to empty those big totes. So somehow if they could do it, so I wanted to say that because you guys were here, so thank you. Last thing, please give the manager permission to purchase an edger. I've had work orders since April to clean the sidewalks, and I was told they're not being cleaned because we don't have an edger. Please give him permission to purchase one, please. That's it. Do I have any time left?
Yeah.
I'm only
you did
kidding.
well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Costello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Patricia Brown Scott, and I'm not I don't live in Archer, but I live in the community. Is this the appropriate time to ask for a fee waiver? Is there?
Those usually come as an agenda item and request.
Okay.
I mean, we could, through public comment, have a request, and then we could either discuss it later, or you guys could have me bring it on the agenda next month for a decision.
Is it an application you've already submitted?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, we have those two other things on the consent agenda.
We don't have our application in front of us, though.
No,
so.
I don't.
Do we have time to do it for?
Let me see if we can't get something pulled and we can't get it in front of you all.
What's the date? The date is August 30th.
Yeah, we'd have time on our August meeting to address it.
So you want to come back in August, or?
I'd prefer she go through it, and then you guys can make a decision on the consent agenda in August, if that was all right.
Yeah, then
Okay.
and the city can review it all and get that all straight, and then you'll be formally on the agenda for our review. If that's, and that meeting is August 13th?
13th, yes, no,
10th, August 10th.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
Well, I'm going to Chicago then. I guess I can get somebody else to come in and stand.
Well, again, like I said, I would like to just have it on the consent agenda if she wants to go through what she's stating it's for, and then you guys can make a decision on the August 10th just through consent.
Okay, if you want to just present it, and then that's on record, and then you can have a representative be here August 10th.
And that's
for the
fine.
consent agenda.
Again, my name is Patricia Brown Scott, and I'm representing St. Peter Missionary Baptist Church in Archer, Florida. We would like to request the Maddox Park to use as a church day. We would like to have a service in the park. We'd like to serve food in the park, and we'd like to do some giveaways on that same day, August 30th. We will require maybe 6 hours to complete the program, do all we need to do, set up, and take everything down and be out of the park.
And that's on a Sunday, all
That's on
right,
a
Sunday
Sunday.
service and lunch?
It's the fifth Sunday in August.
Okay.
And the times.
What hours would it be?
I'd say 10 to 2. 10 to, no, let's say 10 to
Okay.
3. 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Okay.
Does that include your cleanup time?
Yes, I'm hoping. Did I say that?
You say 10 to 3. Maybe.
We'll say 4,
Just to be safe.
just to be safe.
Give you a rest period for at least
That's
30
it,
minutes.
because I have to rest often.
All right.
And we've done this before, last year. So we just want to be a blessing to the community, and we'd appreciate if you would just waive those.
Mr. Mayor, is there an application already been submitted by Mrs. Scott?
It's in the office here.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll entertain a motion to, contingent on review of that application, to consider this and waive the Maddox Park for August 30th
So
for a
moved.
church organization event.
So
I
move.
have a motion from Vice Mayor. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second from Commissioner Rossi. Any discussion from the commission? And again, all contingent on that coming to us as a consent agenda item application on the 10th of August at our regular meeting. With Ms. Manscott?
Brown Scott.
Is that pronounced it?
Brown-Scott.
Brown Scott. You would be able to have somebody here just to
Yes,
speak on your behalf?
I
Yes. Okay.
may be able to do it.
So I have a motion, and a second, any discussion? Hearing none, anyone from the constituents in the audience want to speak or question the church event on August 30th, Sunday? And waiving the fee at Maddox Park, correct?
Yes,
And you would need access to the restrooms during that time?
yes, we would.
Yes, ma'am, sorry to start detailing here, but
That's fine, thank you.
what-
'cause
if that's in the application, just make sure that
I need everything
okay.
that the city can provide us, and you all are invited to attend.
it's a public community
Yes,
event,
it's
correct?
it's a community event,
Just for clarification.
yes.
All right, hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the St. Joseph's, right?
St.
Saint
Peter.
Peter.
I'm sorry,
Baptist
oh,
Church.
forgive me, Lord.
Saint
Right,
Peter.
Peter's
It's all right, we all go to the same
sponsorship of
place.
a community
Amen, it's all right.
church day at Maddox Park. Sorry, I beg my forgiveness.
That's all right.
On August 30th, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign, hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, ma'am.
So August 10th,
30th, yes, ma'am.
August 30th.
August
30th,
10th, that need to be back.
Oh,
August.
yes.
10th, yes, ma'am,
Right.
is our next meeting.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, so just a quick comment on the data center thing that Lori brought up.
Yes.
So I did a quick look in our code, and we don't specifically mention a data center as a as one of the authorized uses. However, data centers do come up under ad valorem taxing, so we kind of squeeze it in that way. Also, there's a potential that it could be classified in the industrial warehousing area. So we have that industrial warehouse classification. It's not listed as a specific authorized use, but and not to defer to the attorney, it would seem to me that if you want to specifically prohibit it, we would probably have to take specific action. So from my reading of the code, just glancing at it real quick, it sounds to me like it's something that would have to be put on the agenda for a specific discussion, that our code has enough in there that it doesn't specifically prohibit it from what I've seen.
Anyone else would like to speak regarding comments? You have your 3 minutes. All right.
I do have a comment, Mayor, if that's okay. So the edger, I can't believe we don't have one, but I don't think that's of a dollar value that the manager can't purchase without having to have us up here say, go purchase one. So
Correct.
if he needs one, I think he has the authority to do that.
Okay, anyone else? All right. Moving to item 3, consent agenda. I'll entertain a motion for consideration, for discussion.
So moved.
A motion from Vice Mayor Bailey, do I have a second? For discussion?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, I have a second from Commissioner Fiore. Discussion?
Yeah, it's really the only comment I have. Apparently the minutes were changed, their formatting last month, and shame on me because I didn't recognize it. But this month, as I started reading through the minutes, I was like, this is such an amazing story. We sound so darn nice up here, and I sounded so professional. And I was like, what is going on here? And so I had to reach out to the city manager, and the staff is using AI technology, which we all do in this world today. At first, I didn't like it, but it still gets the information across. So that's what you're seeing, the difference in the minutes.
Is it the part about you sounding nice that's an issue?
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, to that point, I wanted to mention that this one was a little bit more detailed than you'll see. Our clerk thought it was necessary to have the nature of the conversations around the charter referendums discussed, so that if we ever had to go back and look at the record, we were very clear on what the intent of those conversations were. And so don't expect that it's going to be this detailed, but she really kind of upped its detail for that fact.
Does that answer why the citizen constituency comments are detailed for the first time rather than just the?
That had solely to do, she wanted me to mention, because it was on the charter referendum issues. That's correct.
Okay, but we will go back to just.
Yes,
probably
recaps.
Recaps of
Yes.
the individuals that shared participation in the comments.
Yes,
Not the details of it.
yes, sir.
Okay, all right, not that it matters not, but we could get real convoluted with lots of comments, and we could go from 218 pages to 300, so. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
On the consent agenda, Mr. Mayor, I did want to give them the opportunity, not that you need to hear anything, but we do have the Sheriff's Department representative here. Their application is on there that you all had a chance to review. And then we have someone here representing our Back to School Bash, I believe. So I didn't know if they wanted to come up for just a minute and just share and just say hi. I mean, these are important community events.
Sure, because then if anyone has questions, we can back you against the wall or whatever.
Of course.
Welcome, thank you for being here.
Of course. So we're wanting to do books, bingo, and brownies at the community center. Pretty much we just play bingo with the kids. We do a brownie bar, and then we give them a free book. It's just a fun event that we're trying to do, but encouraging reading at the same time. So it should be 1 to, I think, 3-ish. And then it's also our office day, so we'll be there at our substation for the whole day as well. Any questions?
What time is it going to be that day?
It starts 1. And
It starts what?
It starts at 1 p.m.
Okay.
It has been lasting about 2 hours, depending on who comes.
Okay.
So I do have one comment, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're at the Sheriff's Department, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, what's your role in the Sheriff's Department?
Community relations.
Okay, good. So we had this big hoopla here recently over noise. It was all over Facebook, and it had to do with, I think it's the stevia farm is probably where it's coming from. And Commissioner Mary Alford had asked the Sheriff's Department to look into it to try to find some information on it. And she got information back from the Sheriff's Department that somebody had gone out and spoken with them, didn't get any contact information. I called the Sheriff's Department to try to get information on it, and I left my number and all that stuff. Never got a phone call back. So I was kind of disappointed in that. I've gotten the information from another source. But again, this was something that, it wasn't a criminal thing, but it was something that was really important to the community. And I kind of felt like the Sheriff's Department let us down because they never got back with us, never gave Commissioner Alford, County Commissioner Alford, the specific information who they spoke with. And so I had to go through other means to try to get that, and it was kind of a waste of my time.
Can I ask who you reached out to?
I don't have those notes with me.
Okay.
I didn't expect you to be here. Yeah.
Because I will say it definitely matters which route you go. Just because if you reach out to, I don't want to say if you reach out to someone at a higher level.
I spoke to the sheriff's, one of the sheriff's assistants.
His assistant?
Yes.
Okay. Are you wanting me to pass that information?
Yeah, pass it on.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no action they have to take. It's just that we
Just
kind of had to
give the
run around in
feedback.
circles to get the information.
Okay, I'll get that feedback to her.
Thank you.
Do you have flyers?
Yes.
that you can
I can
leave with us?
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Welcome.
I'm Delana Sams, and I started a nonprofit. It's called the Nova Project. I got to speak with Mr. Barber and Mr. Martin. I am going to talk fast because I'm nervous. Sorry. I'm kind of like short-winded because I'm nervous. But we did get to speak about the Back to School Bash. I went to school in Williston, but I've lived here all 24 years that I've been alive. It's a great community, but I do think that we need more stuff for kids. I think that in this generation, kids get into bad stuff, because they don't have anything to do. So I had the idea to have it at the community center, bounce houses, face painting, free food. But I need some help from you guys. It's just me. I have filled 10 backpacks so far, just by myself. It's been kind of nerve-wracking. I don't have a job, so as money comes in, I'm funding that on my own. So, and I have a breakdown that I can email you, like I emailed the flyers. But I don't know how this works, but I was requesting that I can get $1,500 to pay for bounce houses, food, supplies, that kind of thing. I have reached out to some other places, but I think maybe because I'm a little smaller than the city, they're getting some pushback to me. But I would love to have you guys help me out, maybe fund that if that's an option. Yes.
I love the idea. Who have you reached out to for any kind of assistance or help?
So a lot of the businesses in Gainesville trying to get like food vouchers. I reached out to Publix trying to get funding for the food so that we can give out free food to the community. Okay. Like craft stores and stuff. Like I said, I think because I'm a little smaller than a bigger corporation, it's hard for them to say yes. But I have been funding it on my own. Even if you guys can't give that money, I did ask about the building fee being waived for the Archer Community Center at least. And then, of course, I'll keep trying my best to
Have you reached out to anybody in Archer? Any
So-
churches or businesses?
Not yet. I know we kind of spoke about Waste Pro maybe and Energy, but I see that they're here today. But not yet. I kind of wanted to talk to you guys first, see maybe what you guys would think would be best. Like I said, I'm nervous. It's just me. So it kind of just came to me one day. I'm a single parent, so I know what it's like for back to school. It's hard, and I just want to take that stress off of our community if I can.
Do you have a flyer that you could leave at
So
all
I
the
have-
13 interdenominational churches we have in the city?
It's in your packet, I believe.
Yes, I emailed him a packet, and then he has the flyer. And then I'll email the breakdown over to him just so you guys can see where the money would be going, if that's a chance that we could do that. And even if it's not the full $1,500, anything helps. But yeah,
But it has your name and contact on the flyer?
Yes, sir.
So that if the churches receive it, because
yes.
sometimes you're surprised at what churches do.
Yes,
so.
it has my email, my name, and then my phone number on there.
So, Mr. Barber, can you email us the flyer?
Flyer, so-
Yes, ma'am.
And if you don't mind, I do have, or I had, a list of the churches and businesses that I can email
Yes.
the flyer to. I think your best bet is to maybe write a donation letter or petition to send to the churches and the businesses to help.
Awesome.
It's a great idea. Like I said, I love it. We
Thank you.
used to do them. We have a few organizations here that should be on that email list.
Okay.
And then hopefully some of them will partner with you and get it done.
Yes, ma'am.
I have your information here, so I can make a donation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And for that day, I will make a motion that we waive the fee contingent on being able to get everything together for
Yes,
it,
ma'am.
for August 2nd.
And Mr. Mayor, I wanted to also point out that Ms. Sams also filled out one of our applications for our Friends of Archer so that she can do more of this in the future.
Okay.
So,
Yes, and I wanted to say thank you for that too. It's a big opportunity. They've been awesome to work with, so thank you guys for having me today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So.
Yes, so I
Madam
make a
Mayor,
motion to waive the
waive the
fees
fee
to
because
allow
that wasn't in the application, so, yeah.
for the back to school bash contingent on we're able to get everything together
Do
for
I have
her.
a second
by
with that
time.
motion to waive the fee for the Back to Bash application? It's on pages 58 through 63.
I'll second it.
Discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so.
Yes, sir.
First off, I'm going, like Commissioner Bailey, I'm going to also donate personally, so I'm happy to do that. I hate to say this, but I have an issue with waiving the fee. So, we're in debt. We've had this discussion multiple times, over the last year about waiving the fees for the community center. As I recall, we're going to go into it further in the profit and loss, but it looked like that the community center was losing money. I think that's what I saw. I could be wrong on it, but I'm just recalling off the top of my head. So I've got a problem with waiving the fee with that. I mean, it's just, I can't good conscience waive the fee if the community center is losing money and we're in debt. Now, I know the profit
Can we
and
not
loss.
use it as like a contribution from,
We did have, prior to us coming on board, they did have a budget item for donations, in which you could probably put that into it. As far as I know, no one probably knows whether that budget item was met or not met. I mean, I doubt we know.
Okay.
So it's just that, this is probably gonna occur after our budget meeting, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I just can't good conscience vote yes, personally. As much as I think it's a great idea, with our current financial situation and all those other items, I just can't say yes to it. Although I'm willing to donate my own personal money to assist with it. I definitely will do that.
So let me ask, does it have to be at the community center? If a church opens up for it, would you be happy, would you do that? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And then other than a church, what about one of the parks? I know it's hot. I can barely stand to be out there. But for our babies, if we can't get a church to say yes, what about a park?
Yes.
Okay.
But
Perfect.
I think we might be good on the church, but yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I wanted to make sure all the discussion got finished before I made a point of order. So this is a consent agenda, which means that we don't really discuss anything. That point of them was to get to meet them, but if we're gonna have a consent agenda and you guys want something pulled off of it, then we can discuss that in length. But there are 5 items here, the minutes, 2 proclamations, and then 2 applications on the consent agenda. And I wanna make sure that, for the record, we either consent to that agenda and pass it, or don't pass it, or pull things off, so that in the future we don't get used to discussing items on a consent
It
agenda.
looks like we just did with
We
D&D.
did. We did with a couple
So,
of
because we
them, so.
invited them to come up and speak, so that was pulling it out of just the consent
Yeah,
agenda.
that's a point well taken.
Okay,
Which means we have 2 motions, so let's rescind that second motion, because the first motion was to accept this. And I think after they came up, we kind of forgot about that.
so you're rescinding your motion to
The
consider the
second.
waiver because we
Yes,
have
for
a
now.
second plan.
We
All
gotta
right.
go with the
All
first
right,
one.
I'll accept that, and you'll rescind your second to that second motion that we have on the
Yes.
table. So now we're back to just the one motion, which is the consent agenda. Any constituency comments about the consent agenda and our 2 visitors and sharing what community events are coming up? Yes, sir.
Gene Arnold again.
This is about the consent agenda now.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's about the minutes on the last meeting where 2 commissioners were not present. And on page 13, the first mistake was when we talked about the deputy city manager position. One commissioner voiced that y'all should not have voted on it because he was not present. And then again, I'm going to reiterate, I like Mr. Martin. I think Mr. Martin's doing a great job. But if you don't have the money, and Mr. Martin took the job knowing he was a 20-hour position situation, then you just stop giving away the money. And I'm looking at you 2 because you 2 were the ones who did it. And it's one thing if the vice mayor and commissioners here and y'all vote for it, that's fine. Y'all, I'll disagree with it, but at least you had a full, so to do it, I think was inappropriate. And But again, I want to stipulate that it has nothing to do with Mr. Martin personally. It has to do with, let's pay off the $800,000 that you're only making interest payments of $5,000 a month and you're treading water. You're not paying down the principal. If I'm incorrect in that, I'll let Mr. Barber state such, but we're going to get into the profit and loss, and that looks great from afar, but I don't think that's necessarily correct, and it certainly doesn't go against the budget. But also, there's no balance sheet, but that's for another.
Duly noted. Thank you, sir. Anyone else regarding the consent agenda? Specific to the consent agenda items.
Is this where you,
Specific to the
Add-
consent agenda.
yeah,
It has
is
a
this where
motion
you
for
add
approval.
something to the minutes? Or no?
If-
Okay,
if-
okay.
Anyone else? Let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the consent agenda as printed and as presented by the two visitors, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign, motion carries 5-0. Next, updates. City manager update, Mr. Barber.
Yes, sir. Just 4 things. RFQ for appraisal and survey services has closed. We received 2 submittals on time, one that was about an hour and a half late. We'll make that analysis and present it into the next agenda. Also wanted to give you guys a heads up to be looking for information in the next packet for planning and zoning services. There'll be proposals by 3 different companies for the August City Commission agenda. On top of that, in August, we will have a company present a piggyback contract possibility with code enforcement services. And they'll be presenting. And then finally, having a discussion with that same company on what the commission's viewpoint is on permitting and building inspection services within the city and as part of the scope of service as well. So that'll be on the agenda. I know that a lot of residents on code and planning and zoning and permitting and all of those things has been something I've heard a lot from, and it has been in the works. We have been working on it for a few months, and we're expecting that you'll see something on your next agenda and see some presentations.
Okay.
That's my whole staff report for this month.
Thank you, sir.
So I have one comment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Mr. Barber, I think it would be helpful is if you, when you come up with the proposal for the budget, that you put some of these items in there, so we can see what that looks like, potentially looks like.
So, Commissioner, I agree with you. Just keep in mind that we're trying to make sure, other than code enforcement, that the permitting and building inspection services would be at 100% the cost of the developer, and it would actually be a revenue generator because we can actually include staff time according to Florida statute. The planning and zoning services are 100% at the developers and could be revenue generating. So the only item on there that would have to actually cost the city is code enforcement, because usually where we collect that is a delayed, so it's usually from one budget to the other. It usually takes a while to collect, but our goal is that all of those items would be associated in their proposals from the companies with proposals to update our fee schedule and our resolution or ordinances that would be affected to make sure that no resident in the city of Archer is paying for new development.
Okay. That's it, thank you. Yep, that was it.
All right, next, Deputy City Manager update, Mr. Martin.
I still don't have a microphone, which is probably good, right? But, yeah, I just have 3 quick things on here. One, I know at the last meeting, there was a lot of concern about animal control. With that in mind, we will have a representative from Alachua County Animal Control at our next meeting in August. So if you have, I'll send an email out to all of y'all, but if you have some specific issues you would like to get them to look into ahead of time, and citizens as well, if you'll email me, my email is jmartin, so JMARTIN @cityofarcher.com. I'll be happy to try to get those addressed and certainly be here to ask those, but that will be in the August meeting. I know Commissioner Rossi is going to be talking about on the agenda community services. stuff, but I want to let the commission know that I've made contact with them. We've got some information, and we'll be providing that even more so to what, and I made a contact with a gentleman I used to work with all this is with the county. They call it Florida Works Program, I think, and they provide a lot of service out there. So I'm trying to bring that same thing here in conjunction with what you were talking about. Also, I've reached out to County Public Works, and they've agreed to come out. I haven't got it scheduled yet, but they're going to be coming out, and we're going to ride around and look at some of the roads that we have some issues with drainage and such on some of the roads. I'm not really asking them to necessarily do anything, but to give me some expertise in what needs to be done and a plan to do something, and I'm sure they will be involved in it. But so if you see us riding around here in the next couple of weeks, that's what that is about. We're just trying to do an assessment. There's also, and I've gotten all this verbally, that there are some county roads in Archer that the county maintains and the city mows and vice versa and all of that, but I can't find any actual record of that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I want to get clarification on all that kind of stuff so that we can actually work together with a plan to improve the road situation here in Archer. That's it.
Question, Mr. Martin, do you know the group that was part of the cleanup Saturday for the trailhead 1.1 miles?
Yeah, it was part of Keep Alachua County Beautiful.
They had a trailer full of garbage bags.
Yes, Mr. Barber and myself met with them. His name escapes me at the moment. I want to say it's Carlos, is that right? Yes, Carlos, yes. And we reached out and had a Teams meeting with him about 2 months ago, and they're very interested in doing more out here. And we contacted him in connection with our Archer cleanup, but the problem is it coincided with Gainesville's cleanup, so we're going to do more with Keep Alachua County Beautiful in the near future.
Would it be possible to do a thank you letter?
Absolutely. I mean, I've already drafted one, but we were in communication by email even on Sunday.
Okay.
And I contacted one of our staff members on call. I told him where all the trash was dropped off, and our staff member went in and loaded up a whole pickup full of it and disposed of it. And so we've communicated really well with them.
Yeah. And I mean,
our goal is to form somewhat of a working cooperation with them moving forward for things like litter control and that type of stuff, and certainly the trail.
And I know it's due to the heat, but I mean, they were there early and then wrapped up by 10:30.
Yes.
I mean, it was a wonderful community.
Yeah, they wrapped up early, is for sure.
Mayor, I was on the trail when they were doing that, and they didn't just pick up garbage that was in sight. They were literally like in the ditches.
right-of-way,
They
yeah.
went into those buildings that are back there. I was like, don't go in there. But they went into the buildings. They were picking up dead
And there
animals.
were
I
a
mean,
lot
you're
of
just,
people,
I'm
I mean,
telling
there
you.
were at least 20 or 30 volunteers.
They're a
kids.
dedicated bunch,
They
and
were
we're going to be
great.
working with them more in the future.
So, Mr. Mayor, if it's possible, I mean, we could invite them August. You guys could recognize them as a commission and maybe give them a letter of thanks or a
Yeah.
proclamation or
Could we-
something
I
of
mean,
that
not to
nature.
belabor the meeting, but could we do that? Because we don't get a lot of that. I mean, or we haven't in the last few years.
If we're going to spend time in a meeting, it's probably best to thank people that helped clean up our town.
Absolutely. And tell them, make sure we know about it so that we can participate as well, because I would have if I'd have known about it.
Well, you're going to get more of that because we asked nicely.
Because what?
We asked nicely.
Absolutely. We talk
We're-
nicely too.
Nice guys.
Thank you. All right, next is item C, Finance Director update or Finance update. Are you the liaison speaking again this month, or is you're going to?
So I want to clarify, one item in our agenda is talking about dates for the workshop. We are suggesting a date for the commission of July 23rd. We have asked Mr. Whitehead to be available as a critical part of that workshop. So he's going to be able to answer some specific questions. Although I would ask the commission and the residents to submit questions well this week and into next week so that he's prepared to have substantive answers to some of the questions that may occur. To answer your question directly, Commissioner Fiore has talked to Mr. Whitehead today and will answer some of the questions associated with the finance report.
Okay, and that's where it'll come up again instead of now?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the workshop is on the 23rd, not?
It's being suggested, but that's for you guys to determine.
Okay.
Because I had, yeah, I
Well,
had the
I have an
16th.
obligation on the 23rd, so.
And I had earmarked the 16th as the first workshop for the budget, so it's the 23rd.
Well, sir, I don't think Mr. Whitehead is prepared, nor is the staff prepared for the 16th. So if we're going to move it from the 23rd, then we can talk about that later, but we can push it.
Okay.
So.
No, I'm not asking to do that. I just want to make sure we get a firm date, so. Because, okay. We'll get to that in finance report. So. City Attorney update, Mr. Walker. you're
Mr.
on.
Mayor, one of the items that we've been talking to your city manager about is planning and zoning and a land planning expert. So he touched on that earlier. It's already come up this evening about data centers. There's a new law that was passed as Senate Bill 484. It allows municipalities and local governments to effectuate certain standards for data centers, such as water reclamation, the usage of power can't be passed along, the cost of that can't be passed along to your citizenry. So there's a number of things that we need to look at in conjunction with your land planner, and now's the time for us to get on the stick with that program, so to speak. And so getting a planner involved is of critical import for a variety of reasons, but not the least of which is data centers. So we'll be working on that with whoever our expert is going to be in the very near future. Second item that I'd like to touch on, the other item was going to be in the agenda, as we noted. The second item, and during my report, I'd like to ask for a shade meeting between you all and your attorney with regard to thickets.
Okay, that was my question.
When you have a private matter or you're a corporation, you can go talk to your attorney and say, tell me what our timeline is, tell me what the cost is, tell me what our potential for liability might be. And if we talk about those things in a meeting such as this, it's a direct pipeline to the other side, so it's just really not fair. So there is an exception to the sunshine law, which allows us to have a shade meeting, and there's certain requisites. One of it, which is you all have to direct that, yes, we want a shade meeting, and have a vote to do that. It has to be scheduled. We open a meeting. We will schedule probably a meeting right before one of your other regular scheduled meetings, so it's not hard on anyone to get there. But what we do is we open it in a regular meeting and then direct that it's going to be a shade meeting. The statute prescribes only the certain number of people that can be there, the commissioners, your town manager, myself, but nobody else that can be present at that meeting. And then we can have a full and frank discussion about the pros and cons of the litigation. As you can probably see, we are trying to effectuate change with that particular site. Thickets has applied for a demolition permit, so step in the right direction. And we're having discussions, substantive discussions with Thickets right now. And basically the gist of it is that if we want to come to some resolution, whatever that resolution might be, we've got to see some change. And so I think that message is finding its point, and demolition permit has been applied for with the Alachua County Building Permit Authority, and fencing is being applied for. Now, those things take a little while. It might take a couple of weeks to get the inspector out here. Perhaps we can make it happen a little quicker than that, so we will try to do that. If DOT requires certain regulations that's on the corner with respect to fencing, we can hopefully speed that up as well. But we're trying to get some things done here in a cohesive fashion, and I think there's already been some comment, well, there seems to be a change in the dynamic of the way business is being conducted. And I think one of the best signs to your citizenry is that what has been an eyesore for a very long time gets cleaned up. So that's our objective. That's what we're working on right now. And hopefully you'll continue to see some progress there. That is my fervent hope. So what I need from you now is a motion to set a time for us to sit down and talk in a shade meeting, and then we'll schedule the time for that at some point that's convenient to you all and us.
I'll entertain a motion for a special meeting, a shade meeting, before, hopefully, our commission meeting on August 10th. Is that?
Well, Mr. Mayor, that's the only thing I would say is that I don't really think that the cleanup subject should be waiting until August. I mean, because then that's going to just delay the process even more. You had a July 16th meeting that you were planning on doing something. I don't know if one of the attorneys are available, but if you guys were already planning on meeting, then it might be something that you want to take care of.
Is that 72-hour notice enough time to be able to advertise for a shade meeting?
It may not be quick, that may be too quick on the schedule to do it on the 16th. I'd have to check to see if I could do it or Derek could do it, but I'd like both of us to be there. We will also have to arrange for a court reporter to be present at that.
Absolutely, to record the meeting.
We were talking about the 23rd for the first budget meeting, correct? Budget
So
workshop?
could we do it before?
We could do it, if we decide on the 23rd, we could do it before that.
Whatever you guys decided, but let's sandwich it in with something before the August 10th meeting, because that's almost another
Okay,
30
so-
days out.
And again, I'm just with this discussion before even a motion, but I'll entertain a motion with a possible date as early as the 23rd, if someone would like to.
Well, I move that we table this until we put the dates in place for the budget, and then we can have it before that.
Set them up as a dual meeting.
Correct. So why don't we table it until we get to that point, and then we can make it work.
Is that acceptable, Ms. Walker? No,
It
we're not
is,
leaving it
that's
tonight.
fine.
We'll just.
That's
It'll be
right.
Bring
tonight.
it back
yeah.
up.
Just so you know, if the 23rd works for you all, I can do it on the 23rd. That works for me as well.
And just for roll call, is everybody prepared for the 23rd for the first workshop? No? Yes? Sorry.
That's okay.
Yes.
Yes? Commissioner?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, we'll bring this back up when we get to the budget workshop. Schedule. Anything else?
No,
Attorney,
no,
for
Mr.
tonight? Any additional updates to be added? We didn't do it by approving the agenda, so nothing else?
Was there going to be more, sorry, Mayor, was there going to be more discussion on the firearms? Or were you
Yes,
done?
my understanding is we're plugging that in as G
Oh,
in new
sorry.
business.
Yes,
we
I
added that
apologize.
as
Thank
new-
you.
New business to go full depth into that. Okay. Next is old business. Item A, pages 69 through 148, the financial update with profit and loss updates and June bills as presented.
Mr. Mayor, on this briefly, I just wanted to mention, for the sake of the community and the residents and of those here on the dais. So there's been a lot of confusion in the few months I've been here on posting bills in the packet. And I think a lot of that has to do with when the meetings fall on the second Monday and the staff trying to figure out what was paid and what was on the last agenda. So we're going to simplify this. Basically what you're going to see on this agenda is June 1st to June 30th. On the August agenda, you'll see from July 1st to July 31st, and we're going to do calendar months from day to day. So we will be a week or 10 days or 12 days behind every once in a while, but that's because that way we know exactly what everyone's talking about month to month. And if we go back and look at it historically, it'll be very clear to pull each month from this point forward. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of that, that's the change that we've instituted on the bills specifically.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So just for clarification, so these are bills that have been essentially approved already and within your bailiwick. And so anything that would be beyond that, beyond the $7,500, that would be included on a timely basis.
Well, I don't think we would, and other than a rare case of an emergency, we wouldn't spend above that without prior coming to the commission. So only on an emergency would you ever see that. And of course, you would all be aware of it on one-on-ones if something major happened in town here. But our goal is, yes, that they're only the paid bills, and like I said, just the preceding month, the entire 30 or 31 day period, 28 in February or 29 in a leap year to be specific for the record.
Are you entertaining just questions about any of the bills that are presented in this packet? To just reference?
Sure.
Sure. And again, this is me speaking from being the check signer.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay? The first one, and I'm trying to find.
Give me a
where it
page number if you would, please.
Yes, well, my Post-its. It's the one where we paid the Board of County Commissions for the special election costs, not special election, but for the commissioner election, and we pay the workers. I'm trying to remember.
Page 78.
Yes, probably. It seems like the check was to the supervisor of elections, but I can't remember. That's terrible. But then it was earmarked to go to the Board of County Commissioners. So for record, that check was written to the Board of County Commissioners for that election for the workers.
From my understanding, it was written to the supervisor of elections. Now, if they asked us to reissue a check to the county commissioner because of how they do their budgeting, I can follow up on
And I
that.
have not signed that check.
And get
one
an
time,
answer.
And that's
But
what I'm bringing it up.
I also believe that there are additional checks that were written to individuals, because down at the bottom here, you see operation, training, absentee election preparation, PR
Yes.
overtime.
Yes.
So I believe there were actually amounts written and checks written to specific poll workers.
Okay.
So I don't know if this is an entire, I think this is what it's calculating as an invoice for the total cost of an election.
And that's all I'm asking for clarification. If the check writer, me, assigned that check for this bill, because it's dated 5/13 for the receipt of it. Again, I don't have a check number written here that I could reference.
Mayor, I can answer your question.
Yes, ma'am.
So it was paid to Alachua County Board of County Commissioners.
It was, okay.
Yes, in the amount of $1,400.
Did I sign the check?
And,
I did.
yes, you
Yeah, okay.
did. And then you did have poll workers that were
Paid
paid.
individually.
And they actually were paid over a 2-month period, so
Yes,
you'll
yes.
see a couple different checks.
And I remember signing
trickle
those
through.
as well. So, okay, that's one question. And this question now is for Mr. Walker, again, and it's come up from a public standpoint, another municipality, or a couple of municipalities, one of them is Fort White, that I think that your firm represents. And the public notification is coming from the Columbia Observer. A public records request has been submitted by the Columbia Observer requesting our contracts, our invoices from Foles and Walker, which Ms. Altop is not here to speak for herself, but I think she has given information that was available without specificity of documents that are being requested if we have those, or if they were ever presented to us. And that is, I'm talking about the 99 reports, the monthly details of the action items that the office did and point hours or whatever work. We do not, and again, this is a question to you, I do not believe, get those 99 detail reports with our invoice monthly submitted to the city of Archer. Or do you?
There is a retainer invoice that is generated, it's usually right about the first of the month.
Yes.
Then there is another invoice, what we call the 99 invoice. It's your client number followed by the number 99 for all the cities that we have. And that invoice is generated around the 10th to the 15th of every month.
Previous month of activity.
The previous
correct?
month's activities, that's right. And I'm not sure for Archer who it's sent to. My anticipation it would be to Deanna. Hopefully, Mr. Barber gets it as well. I don't know if we send it.
So I've reached out to Derek, and I've actually had correspondence with Derek on this. And she had stated that because of all the transition, it wasn't going to anybody.
Right.
So what we did is we referred that public records request to Derek. Derek emailed me Thursday of last week and stated that she had it, she was compiling it, and sometime this week, the request from Folds and Walker would be met to the public record request that they had asked for it.
And it would be
So-
sent to you? Or
I did ask for a copy of it, and then we're gonna address in our bi-weekly meeting about reassuming when we get that second invoice and making sure it gets cataloged correctly for the future.
And tied
But I
to
just
the
think with all the
monthly invoice
transition,
that we have-
yes, but with all the transition and all of that, and the accounting software changing and all that, it just hasn't been reconciled yet.
And so for my clarification, Derek is going to send that to Deanna so she can,
No, she's actually gonna send it directly to the person requesting it because she has access to the records. And then she's gonna copy us on that, and then at our bi-weekly meeting, we're going to discuss how we, fix that, and from now on, get it to the
did
appropriate
she say
people.
when that would happen? In the next week?
I spoke to her through email last Thursday, and she said it would be taken care of sometime this week.
This week. Would you be able to reach out to her and ask her to CC me as well?
Sure.
Please? Just so I can put this to rest. And I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, Mr. Walker. I'm glad you know about it now. But this is, under a public radar with the Columbia Observer, and it's Mr. Stu Lilker. But he's testing the waters between the municipalities, Fort White, their review of the revised or renewed contract with you all, and whether it's gonna have the itemized 99 requested in the contract or whatever. So get ready. Ours will need the same thing. If it's something that due diligence that you feel the staff does, then this will satisfy getting that information for the public records request fulfilled. It answers my question that we haven't been getting them. And number three, we need to have them, so it could tie to the invoice. And then, Mr. Barber, if those 99 details could be tied to the invoice we're paying. And what that does, just keep calling it 99s, that's what you refer to it as, 99 reports. It's the detailed activity that the staff did with the previous month. We're under contract with a certain amount for pay, but if they go over, go under, whatever, it's just and normally it's always over, but it gives that, what are you getting for your buck for the $5,000 in our case a month with the action items and what we've done, correct? That's the way, the proper way to define the 99.
Mr. Mayor, that's exactly the purpose of it.
Okay.
Exactly.
And I just, the Columbia County Observer does a wonderful job of seeing if municipal one and thing two get the same deal or whatever, but I would like to, and I see this gentleman, Mr. Stu Lilker, every month at the North Central Florida Planning Council, so I'd like to put that to bed. Good, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was my only question, Mr. Barr. Okay.
You ready for me?
Yes, ma'am, you're on.
Okay. First, I'll just start with the checks. I just wanted to bring everyone's attention to page 90, Civic Plus. So that check for $1,433.26, if you see the due date there, it was 3/3/26. And I'm bringing this up because you can see that they're still sitting on old invoices that they're still trying to get paid. And from what I see, that was the oldest one in the packet this past month. And that's for your online code host and subscription. I believe that's through Municode. Yeah. All right, so I want to jump now to page 71, what they're calling the profit and loss. So when I saw this, I immediately, well, for everyone's record, I look at the bank statements every month. I keep my own records, what money's coming in from your state, blah, 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 by month, and all the checks that are being paid out every month. And I can tell you pretty much, so far, all your state revenues to the penny what you've received. And immediately I noticed that there was no ad valorem taxes received on this statement. So I contacted Michael, the accountant, and had a conversation with him this afternoon and discovered a couple things concerning the record keeping. So first of all, the ad valorem, and I'm being just extremely transparent, the ad valorem taxes, I see them on your bank statements. I see them, but it comes through as an email, and he still is trying to find out where that email is going, so he can actually post these correctly. But he seems to believe that by next month he should have all the ad valorem posted correctly.
Good.
There was a couple other revenue streams that also are coming into an email that Mr. Barber is going to probably have routed to a different email, more generic just for the city itself and not specific to an individual in the city. So your franchise fees and your utility tax, that also comes in by an email. Most of your other state revenues, you can go on the website and you can see what the state has deposited to you. So you can see a lot of the county deposits, and it's called FLAIR. And so I'm able to see all those. Anyone in the world can go look at them as long as you have your employee ID number or your EIN number. So the ad valorem, that was a big one that caught my attention. And then if you look in your October, for the month of October, your revenues, it's a lot of those revenue sources look like it's almost 3 months of actuals, and I question that because this is an accrual base P&L, and so you wouldn't see that. So what that would mean is if something came in the month of October that was for September, you would pull that out, so you would not see that. But right now, it's still sitting in October, and there's some cleaning up to do there. Some may look at the wild spaces public places, and you probably all recall that we have a special fund for that, but those dollars are considered general fund dollars, and that's why you're going to see them listed here on that P&L. So they will stay with this P&L because those are general fund dollars. Just because we have a separate fund for accounting set up, it doesn't mean that it's funding at a different level. Your proprietary funds, those are different funding sources, so that's why you don't see you're not supposed to see your water and wastewater mingled in with your general fund here. I also noticed that there were some revenues missing, and I had that conversation with him, and as he's going through reconciling, which he is, when I say he's working on these on a daily basis, he is. On Sunday afternoons, I'll get a ping from his software showing that he's making entries in the program, so I know he's been busy on it. We have to remember it's going to take some time. I did express that I wish this P&L was not even put out there in the public eye because I had some issues with it, and he agreed, it's not complete. So this is what these numbers you see may be true numbers, but it's not showing the entire picture. You have revenues that are missing, and you definitely have expenditures that are missing. So if you go down to the expense side, some of the things, if you look through, you'll see stuff like, example, Folds Walker, $5,000 a month. You only see like 2 payments here. Well, I know for a fact that we've been paying them on a monthly basis. So I questioned the accountant, why do I not see these? But I see the expense come through on the bank statements. And his issue right now is he has to tie every single payment to an invoice, a physical invoice, and he's not getting them on a timely fashion that he needs to post them to the correct GL and fund. He is, however, as you can see in the check register, he's paying the bills, but he's probably putting it in a holding account until he's able to tidy it up, put it against the invoice, against the payment, and make it a nice little package so when we get audited, he can hand that over to the auditor. He doesn't want to just show all the postings without having all that detail because he doesn't want to get dinged on the audit. So that's one reason why I know for a fact that expenses have gone through, but you're not seeing them in this P&L. The staff has also been paying all of the water salaries, benefits out of your water fund. Out of your general fund, I'm sorry. So that's why you're seeing those expenses tied to the general fund. Those will have to be transferred out of their general fund to the water fund when everything is cleaned up. You're going to see some due to from account lines. For example, you're seeing the Waste Pro showing up in your general fund. Obviously, that is supposed to be out in your water fund, your enterprise fund, so you'll eventually see due to from here. And
Can I ask a question? What
Yep.
you're thinking, and this does not even include anything I can find that's the enterprise fund, unless it's all intermingled in the general fund. Because
no, so
they're not segregated
there are
out.
expenses going out of the enterprise fund. Like I mentioned, unfortunately, all of the benefits are coming out of there, and that needs to be corrected. But there are other expenses that are flowing through the enterprise fund. You're just not seeing the P&L. He kind of wanted to put something in front of everybody to show that there's been progress made, and there has been progress made, but I don't want anyone to walk away thinking that our net is 55,000. That's not true. Do I feel like it's probably better? I do, because you're missing revenues for sure here. And then once you transfer the expenditures to the correct fund, you're also going to see an increase, especially, I mean, think about it, your entire salary for, how many, 9 months have been hitting your general fund instead of your water fund, your enterprise fund. He made a big statement that all automatic payments need to stop coming out of the accounts because it makes it more difficult for him to have those entries made properly. So I know he's working with staff to make sure that all of them are stopped. I had a conversation with Mr. Barber and Martin today, and perhaps some of them are required by law or by contract to be automatic withdrawals, and we'll just have to deal with those as we discover those. And that's all I have on the actual, the numbers in front of you. But I do want to say that I'm working with Mr. Barber on the proposed first go at the budget. I put together a PowerPoint with trying to fill in the gaps, such as your employee salary benefits, what I know we have in expenditures. And I've already met with both manager and deputy manager to discuss what expenses probably need to be in the budget. So I have a really rough draft. I gave it to Barber. He fancied it all up for a presentation, so I don't want anyone to think that we're not already working on that process. So we do have a draft template that we'll be able to present to everybody during the workshop as a starting point instead of us sitting up here saying 200 here, 200 there. So I think that's a good sign. Thanks.
And to that point, Mr. Mayor, on the budget discussion, we've gone and begun to renegotiate a lot of things as well. So we're just anticipating asking for cuts in every area that we can find cuts. I've sent out invitations to a few of you on certain items, one-on-one, but we've looked at benefits. I sent you all an update on the Florida Retirement System, FRS. You all received that. You saw that we corresponded and what the answers were. So we're just looking at any area that we can in anticipation of Amendment 3. Most likely passing, and figuring, we just need to prepare for what that looks like. And, Commissioner Fiore can speak about this, is when we've had budget discussions, we've talked about it as if that's just done and that's not revenue we're going to count on. So what you'll see as a proposal already takes all of that into effect.
Okay.
So I have a question.
Yes, questions from the dais first and then constituent.
Yeah, so a couple of things. One is, so I understand the profit and loss, and I think it's good to see that there's progress made, so that's good. That's a good part. And you answered a lot of my questions, because I was looking at it saying, well, something's strange here. One of the things we think as we go forward is, I think, one item in particular is grant income. So especially, I'm thinking specifically of the wastewater. So when we have grant money that's coming, we're a pass-through, and it's going towards specific items that are not covered by the general fund unless there's a shortfall somewhere in the future. But as long as that's going forward, that needs to be reflected separately to the board, to the commission, so that we can see that, maybe in a form of a dashboard. So that way, when you're looking at these, there'll be some large numbers coming through, right? So we want to make sure that if it's some money for laying pipe, that we see that money coming in, that's where it's going to, that's fine. And we're not getting confused as we're looking at the budget from either the general fund or the enterprise fund. The second thing is, I would like to see something like this hopefully in the future for the enterprise fund, so we'll need to see that. And the last thing is we need to keep, in this dashboard, long-term liabilities are really important, especially for us. So the long-term liabilities, what the status of that is, up, down, whatever it is, that needs to be in the sort of dashboard. So we as executives, as we sit up here and look at it, we can make reasonable decisions based upon, what the data is.
So to answer your first question, I've reached out to Woodard and Curran and their grant writers and those that are managing the grant funds. Thankfully, already have to do all of that as part of the federal and state requirements. The first grant that we're taking into effect, that $5.2 million, the reason why there's such a deadline is because it's an ARPA grant, and so it has a hard, fast deadline. That's a federal grant. And they actually will be required to receive an audit. So what the benefit of that is as we get into that project, I plan on having them do presentations on that to the board. They'll be able to share all that information, regardless that it's not any taxpayer money. It still is something that we have to be responsible for in a fiduciary capacity. So we will absolutely have specifics, how much did the pipe cost? How much was the design? How much was, how much were the permits? All of that'll be broken down. It will be required to, because we can't get reimbursement. We can't get prepayment to pay those fees until they show where those funds went.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so, and I'm specifically thinking about in terms of, so, of course, you know me, I want to get into the details. But I think as far as the commission goes, I think at the commission level, unless they want to get into the details, we need to see the big picture. So we got $100 and we spent $100. We got $100,000, we spent $100,000. The other big thing that worries me, makes me lose sleep at night over this project, is whether or not there's going to be a shortfall. Because as you know, we have to pick up the shortfall.
Well, there will be a shortfall until we capture more grant funding.
Right,
But
exactly.
keep in mind, I don't have any plans on authorizing anything from the City of Archer's funds. As I've mentioned before, when funding comes in for one of the grants, it has to be deposited in the general fund because they only deposit into one fund.
Right.
But the day that it's deposited, we put in a request and we open a new account with the name of the grant. So WG013 or WG019 has been two of the grants that we have. That money is in there, and then everything and every transaction that's done will only be done on that one account and will not be intermingled with any city fund.
Good, yeah, good. So that's good. And like I said, but the other point, I don't think you got that point, is I also want to make sure that we track, as a commission, any potential shortfalls that may have to hit our enterprise fund in the future. So, so that if the whole project is $25 million, whatever it might be, and at the end of the day, we've only had enough funds for $20 million, then the customers for the enterprise fund have to pick up that $5 million.
So you're talking about what the SRF loan will turn into our rate structure.
Right, and what I want to be able to do, I think as a commission, you need to be reporting back to us.
So we're monitoring over the length of the project
Yes.
what that base rate is turning into.
Correct.
As we come short on funds.
That's right, and
I
then whether or
understand.
not you and I need to go to Tallahassee and start crying.
Well, we've already done that.
But
But yes, to your
Yes.
point, absolutely.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
I'm ugly when I cry, I gotta tell you.
That's all?
That's it.
Okay, anyone else? Questions from the dais regarding?
Questions from the constituent? Yes, sir, Mr. Arnold, you're up.
We're still talking about profit and loss, are we not?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, start my
Pages
timer here.
69 through 148.
Yes, sir. The good news is we don't have TV 20 here, okay? So things are looking up. That's always a positive. I mean, we got real problems in Alachua and High Springs, don't we? What a mess that is. All right, on the PDF. For some reason, you got 30 to 40 blank pages on there. I don't know who's in charge of that, but they need to tighten up, okay? Not making excuses, just tighten up. Let's get better. Page 98, the railroad. I don't know what that is, some kind of annual charge. I don't remember ever seeing it before, but whatever, I'll let y'all talk about it. Simple things. You put this in portrait, let's put it in landscape where old people like me can see it, okay? That'd be great. Should be a simple task. As Commissioner Fiore said, if I had to grade this from an A to an F, this is a D and I'm being generous, okay? Shouldn't put this out. Yeah, it might be a step in the right direction, but it's misleading to say, oh, we're profitable. No, there's so many gaps and anomalies and all kinds of things. I mean, just look at it. I encourage you all to look at it and see the total for the general government taxes. In October's, 68,000. The rest of the months are like 24,000. It makes no sense. It's like someone front-loaded October, and oh, by the way, the state grant of 84,000, that skews your whole thing. So you really should have not only just a general fund, but you need, or a profit and loss, but you should have something to compare it against the budget so that you see that. And again, I mentioned it before, we don't have a balance sheet. I don't know how many times I got to get up here and say, let's get a balance sheet where it shows all of the bank statements, or the bank accounts rather, so that we don't have an epiphany in another year and someone comes in here and says, hey, guess what? We found another bank account. Let's not go through that embarrassment. And Commissioner Fiore, boy, when you were out here, you had a little fire to you. Now you're very polite and you're very, it's like this is just ho-hum. If you were sitting here, you would be irate with this. So I don't know, maybe you're okay with this and it's just fine. I don't think it's fine. I think that we hired and we're paying someone $90 or $100 an hour to get this stuff straightened out. And here we are in the 4th or 5th month or whatever it is, and we're still putting out this. This is poor. Archer deserves better. I could go on and on. I mean, the legal fees of just not putting it in. It's just so elementary. A 6th grader could come in here and look at this profit and loss and go, I don't understand that. Where's that? Why is that month? Why don't we have anything there? Why is this month $30,000 and the rest of them are all $2,000? It's over and over. The insurance. I mean, let's do better.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Costello.
Is it to say that we probably really shouldn't even ask questions on this one because it's very incomplete? Is that correct?
I would prefer for you to make comments, please. If you want a question listed, then we can record that and try to find the
No,
answer.
what I'm saying, Mr. Barber said, write questions for the accountant on this. And what I'm asking, instead of wasting all that time asking him questions on something that's so incomplete, wouldn't it be better to wait until we got something down the road, or whenever?
Yes.
Okay, when are we gonna get something more down the road?
Can you speak to that, Commissioner Fiore? Monthly, correct?
I'm going to be completely honest. I don't have a time frame. I mean, we have an audit that's due for 2025. I know that the accountant is working on that. It's communication with staffing, getting him the information he needs. So I don't know how long that's going to take. There's training that your staff needs to get things in the correct order. Unfortunately, that's taking time. And not making an excuse, but you have a city manager that's only part-time, deputy manager that's part-time. I can't provide you with a perfect timeline. I mean, I would love to go sit in his office and do it for him, but I can't do that either. It doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean I'm happy with it. I mean, I came in here early, about an hour early, to discuss this with the manager, that I wish we'd never put this out. I agree, it makes it more confusing. And I'm not trying to justify myself up here. I am seeing progress. I want to see it faster. I don't know how humanly possible that is. If the manager thinks he has a better timeline, I know he has more authority over the accountant. Obviously, I have no authority over him. But it's kind of like a sit and wait and go what he's telling us, that he's working through it. So I don't have a date for you.
So I don't have a date either. I think that individuals who want to see change on problems that precipitated over years and expect a immediate, and by immediate I mean 6 months or a year, expect a correction is ridiculous. But I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion, and I understand that. I understand this issue is a lot of people are very passionate about. But quite frankly, there were things and processes not here in place that most of us took for granted because to me they're common sense. But we walked into a situation where certain things had just been fundamentally not done. So, you know, our accountant, we're not their only client. Just like our city attorney, we're not their only client. So you're dealing with that element, you're dealing with their staff, who we try to get involved in many things, so we pay a lesser rate than the accountant himself. There are issues of implementing changes about processes with staff, and you can't give them 15 changes at once because all of them will be changed poorly. You need to allow them time to adjust to each one. I'm not making excuses, but I mean, for anyone here in Archer to have read the news over the past couple of years as to what had gone on here, and to say that this isn't progress, I'm sorry, I disagree. And certainly, you know, every month we get together, this commission has the ability to fire me and bring on somebody else that you all think may do a better job. I mean, granted, there's probably someone more talented than me, but quite honestly, I don't know how you all think that and I'm not directing this to you, but how a problem that took years to create is going to get fixed in just a few months. It's not possible.
I just came up to ask if we knew of a
No, ma'am.
projected date.
We are hoping to have as much available to you. We are hoping to have as much available to you during 3 robust budget workshops to have a fresh slate October 1 where we have a balance sheet, where we have a line item for every GL code. And as we go through the next fiscal year, which we'll completely control, there'll be no excuses to that, right? And we'll be able to say, in this line item, this is how much we've spent through this part of the year, and here's the expenses that justify that. That's the correct way to budget. We did not inherit that. And so the answer to your question is, like Commissioner Fiore, I don't know. Because it's not just about me, it's not just about staff, it's not just about the accountant, it's about the bank. We've been to the bank probably 7 or 8 times, sat there for hours and hours putting in this paper and getting this request and getting logged on to this account and then getting QuickBooks switched over. I mean, there was a lot of changes that had to be made, so I don't know an exact time. That's the honest answer. And to tell you all a date is just setting us up for failure.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Fiore, for all of the work that you do. And I know it's a lot. Thank you.
Thanks.
And in summary, at this point, I don't want to turn to you, Commissioner Fiore, but as our liaison financially, I will ask you this. Aren't you on a regular J&S accounting communication basis to know what they're doing?
I mean, I speak to him when able, yeah.
I'm not putting you on
I
the
have
spot here,
access to the QuickBooks, his software that he uses to upload invoices, payroll. So I have access to all that. I'm seeing all the bank statements, all the bank accounts. I've been keeping track of that on the side as well.
From the oversight standpoint, and
Yeah.
I understand, Mr. Arnold, that's not good enough. I do understand the request to turn something from landscape so it can be readable. You've been asking that for a year or two. So as our liaison, can that kind of communication, I mean, if he's not listening to the meeting tonight, can those simple kind of communications be brought forward to him, or the things that you summarized this evening? You know,
Yeah,
to
I
our
think that
involvement?
would come through your city manager in conversation
Mr.
with him.
Barber, you know, and to go to your question, Ms. Costello, I look to see improvements to the same thing we got tonight next month. Is it still going to be not good enough? I'm sure it will be until we see a full balance sheet. We see things that need to be landscaped, to make sure we have a comparison. And in fact, that's jumping the gun, but that's one of your goal objectives that I said I think is a very critical thing, to be able to have a comparison of something to something. Why do budget workshops if we're not going to, if we're going to have a Amendment 3 25% expense reduction, because it's coming, and I sat in a webinar today for an hour, and I have that information to share through the Florida League of Cities. It's pretty critical. There's alternative plans if you're a big enough city, but if you're not, you're looking at a 25% reduction in your ad valorem alone. So we're building that into a budget. We better have a comparison to know what are we giving up so that we can educate our citizenry. Because you can be the greatest public servant in the world, but if you're not educating your citizens of what's coming up or what the budget's going to look like, and that's what you all are asking, where's the comparison? Well, this is why we have an accountant.
Mayor, if I can say something. So the budget presentation is already set up where it's showing you, I think it was 3 years of audit actuals and 2 years of budget. Because you have to remember, we still have not audited our FY25 accounts. So I only included a budget. But this P&L statement that everyone saw tonight, that's already set up in the same format as your budget by section and everything. So if he's able to get this,
put that budget
I can easily plug it into, so you have a comparison of budget to actuals. I'm not even sure if the poor man was even given what the budget was by GL right now.
Yeah.
But I assure you, it's set up the exact same way, which would be an easy plug, cut and paste into this, so we will have a comparison.
Thank
It
you.
won't be an audited comparison, but we will do our best to give you a 25 projection, even plug in what we know for 26, if that's not completed
To
at
show
that
due
point.
diligence and improvements, and that's the answer we have for you tonight.
Yeah.
And I would be excited to see something improving every month towards that end.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So, given everything we know of the past, and like Mr. Arnold, I've sat through all the meetings. So given the history, given everything that's going on, what is our level of confidence that we're going to have the data we need to do a budget? So I'm really concerned, as I understand everything, I really do. But what's our level of confidence in 2 weeks, about 2 weeks, 23rd?
Well, you're dealing with new data, and you're dealing with a budget from scratch without historical stuff. So the budget is what we propose is what you guys pass. I mean, and then you have to live by the budget that you're given.
Well,
We do have a list of vendors, we do have a list of general expenses. That has all been, but we do know projection salaries. We've reached out to the actuaries for insurance and benefits and FRS. We know all that data. We have that. Doing the new budget's actually easier than trying to correct all these problems.
no, I
And the
understand
biggest problem that we have of why I'm as anxious as all of them to correct this is because I can't finish the 2025 audit until this information is accurately entered. So it is a big push for us. And the reason why is because December of this year, we owe $818,000 to a bank. And we can't get a loan until that 2025 audit is submitted, passed, and has appropriate information. So I'm as motivated as anybody to figure out how we pay that debt. This isn't a question of the next budget. The real question is, how do we get caught up with the 2025 audit to submit it to the state, submit it so we can put out another RFQ to get a bank interested in getting us where we're not paying $5,000 interest a month, but we're paying down principal debt. And that's what we're working toward. And I'm as motivated as anyone else to do that. But the real question should be that. How do we get that 2025 budget done? We're still working on stuff now because we've implemented so many changes. And when he gets time to get caught up, and when the staff has time to implement more changes, like just getting the invoice to the right spot. I don't have access to any of the emails that the former city managers, any of them had. So when I have a question, it takes me days to find the answer to.
Okay, so let me go back to my question again, because you kind of went over when I was asking. So what I specifically want to know is, what is our level of confidence?
We have high confidence.
Let me finish. What is our level of confidence that we have a really good idea on what we could expect expenses to be in the coming year, and a really good idea in terms of income? Because when I understand that we don't have all the information, it's not all there, and so when we go for the budget, we really need to know the historical data as close as we can. What's our level of confidence in that? That's my question specifically.
Mayor, if I may help answer the question, I actually feel really confident. So you start with your revenues, and your revenues are already set, projected, forecasted by the state. So they actually provide you what those numbers are, and then you compare them with where you've been in the past, and you come up with a more fine-tuned number. And they're pretty close to being accurate for a lot of your revenue streams, especially your taxes. So once we know what that is, in early July, I haven't looked this week yet, but they put out the new projections, and they come out every so many weeks, different ones. So we'll have those exact numbers by probably our first workshop, almost all of those. And then we know our staffing level right now. We know what they're being paid. We know what their expenses associated with each of those staff members are. So we have that true data right now. And we've been keeping logs of all your vendor payments. And it goes back from, I've been doing it from 2025 all the way through 2026. So we know, and we've been having those conversations, is this a needed expenditure where we've sat down and said, we've been paying it, but do we really need to keep doing this? Let's put this on the chopping block during the budget workshops to see if we can get rid of it.
Examples of that briefly are Aqua Gold, which is an additional water treatment. We're waiting to hear back from FDEP if we can stop it. Other examples of that are looking at the benefits packages. Other examples of that are looking at other areas that are like MuniCode that somebody actually brought up in the bills tonight. MuniCode has multiple packages. I'm waiting for them to contact me and say, what package is Archer and is there a cheaper package? Because it has to do with how often you upload onto MuniCode. So we're trying to cut back in every area we can to forecast specifically what those expenses are.
Okay, so you're saying then you have a high level of confidence that
Yes.
you know what the projected expenses would be based upon.
Yes, sir, and including revenues, what we project the revenues to be as well.
Including overtime.
And there's a further discussion later on in the agenda about revenues in the enterprise.
Including overtime through
Yes.
policy review.
We have policies to address the overtime, absolutely.
But you're tracking it better than we have in the last 18 months.
Payroll is being tracked better now than it has been for a long time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else from the audience for questions regarding this item? Okay, moving on. Item B, old business, resolution 2026-36 Waste Pro renewal agreement.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Archer, Florida, accepting and approving the renewal of a general agreement between the City of Archer and Waste Pro of Florida, Inc. for residential and commercial solid waste, recyclable materials, yard debris, bulky items, and white good collection and disposal services, authorizing city manager to execute the renewal agreement and related documents authorizing implementation and the administration of the renewal agreement, providing for final legal review and correction of non-substantive scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Appropriate motion is to pass resolution 2026-36 as read by title only.
I will entertain a motion for discussion.
Motion for discussion.
I have a motion from Commissioner Fiore. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor Bailey. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor, we do have representatives from Waste Pro here. If you have any questions, I'm sure that they would be more than delighted to address. I do want to make sure for the record that we do know that this contract, which is a renewal, did have some changes to it in the pricing structure. I want to make sure that the residents and the citizens are aware of that. But working with Waste Pro, they were wonderful in not trying to create a condition where we had a massive spike and increase. And to their credit, working with the City of Archer, they worked out a plan to do that over a period of, I believe, 3 years. Again, they can address any of that. We could go out for an RFQ. I don't recommend it. I think that if we were to go out, having done this at a previous city, we would find that we would actually have the residents paying a lot more than what they're offering. And so again, if you have any questions for them, I'm sure they would be delighted to answer.
And just for clarification for the constituency, this is a 5-year renewal contract?
That is correct.
Effective 10/1 of '26.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With the 3 incremental increases over period year 1, year 2, and year 3 of the 5 years. And again, not to jump in the gun, but I do have one question, and we could talk at 50,000 feet. Dana, if you could just prepare it and maybe pass it on before our first workshop on the 23rd. This includes the current services of garbage and recycling. Okay, dumb question here. But could you put in, or is there a possibility to remove us from recycling with a price matrix for that if it was just garbage, or that would not behoove Waste Pro? And I'm nickel and diming you. I'll say it before you do, but I mean, we're that 25% reduction Amendment 3 is coming. So we're looking for every peanut, every M&M that's on the floor. So I didn't, if it's worthwhile, if it's not gonna be that much, then you can state that to Mr. Barber in the next few weeks, but.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Deputy City Manager, City Attorney. For the record, my name is Dana Williams. Some of you used to know me as Dana Miller, so I want to make sure that gets on the record. It's Dana Williams, Director of Government Affairs for Waste Pro. I'm accompanied by Nate Frischkorn. He's our division manager.
Welcome,
He
Nate.
is the one that runs our office in Alachua and services the city of Archer. To your answer, and I want to make sure I understand your question. You are wondering if we can provide pricing, a proposal for pricing if City of Archer chooses to remove recycling services, residential recycling services. Well, I'll speak in a general term. Well, the answer is yes, we can provide that to Mr. Barber, yes. In general terms, though, I will let you know, there's an assumption that removing recycling out of your services would drop you in half on price, and that's incorrect. Because we're still running our truck, we're still out here. So, but yes, there would be some savings, and we're more than happy to go back and figure that out and get that to Mr. Barber. And as long as we can make that happen. I'll let you speak to the logistics of it. I mean, do you see any, if they ended up deciding to remove recycling services?
Or even if we condense it into 2 sites in the city where it was available to drop off your recycling. I use myself as an example. I'm a household of 2 people.
Yeah.
That beautiful blue recycling bin, at best, with our normal activity of 2 retiring old people with a few pets or whatever, we fill it half full.
I know.
And it's light enough, if there was a bin, my old self could walk it in the sealed bags or whatever, just like I'm doing now in the blue bin, to the municipal bin wherever in Archer, and the guys don't have to have the two different trucks, 2 guys, because they usually run back to back within an hour at my service, at my residence. And I just, yeah, and they just know where my blue bin is, but I've just heard of other municipalities in our North Florida area looking at that, and and getting creative with doing it in a public area versus the residential service. And, we're going opposite of where we were 10 years ago, because we were so adamant about everything had to be available for recycling.
Yeah.
And I just know the cost of fuel, the cost of everything, the cost of labor. So that's why I'm throwing it out there, with us looking for the peanut and the M&M on the floor. So
Understood. And yes, you are correct. And not just in North Florida, but we've seen across Florida and across the country that there are municipalities that are discontinuing offering
And it's not that we don't
residential.
care, but it's a concession to, hey, we'll give up a little bit. I don't need the convenience of the blue bin rolling 25 feet. My old ugly self can take my 10 pounds of recycling and take it somewhere if it's cost savings. And I'm one person, but I just know if people understood it was a control factor for their rate, because we're going to pass on whatever that rate increase is
Correct, yeah.
to the users,
Many municipalities have discontinued their recycling services residentially, and the reason mainly is financial, as you've pointed out. Just trying to save something somewhere. Another portion of the reason why some of them have done it is a combination of kind of lack of participation and I'll say incorrect participation. Is that make sense? Like a lot of people like to wish cycle. That is a term.
Good enough. The pizza
You
boxes go in
cannot
there, what the heck?
recycle garden hoses.
Yeah.
You cannot recycle Christmas lights.
The pizza boxes
Tennis
still can't go in
shoes.
there. Yeah.
What else? What else?
Cans of canned goods.
Full cans, chicken bone. Yeah, you cannot recycle things like that, right? Although you can wish that it was recycled, you cannot. So, in general, I would, I know I'm putting you on the spot, and I apologize.
Yeah, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. If you could just.
What kind of participation do we see here in the city of Archer for residential recycling?
The regular blue bin.
I'd say somewhere between 35
50%.
The carts are out. Okay.
Really? Okay.
So,
It's hard to get a good number, because like you said, I don't know if you put yours to the curb each week, but, you know, a lot of people.
Same day, yeah.
You know, they may hold on to it for 5 weeks, so when I do my ride-arounds, I may not see that person place it out because they have so much space, they don't put it out weekly, they put it out every other or every 3
And I
weeks.
try to routinely do it just for the ease of the weight on the truck and everything else. I don't want to hoard it, you know. And
I have a household of only 2 and a fur baby. And so I don't always fill mine. And I don't always put mine out. But I like having a cart better than first of all, I don't want to put, I don't want to take it to, I like the convenience, I'm not going to lie. I like the convenience of having it picked up at my house. But I also like the cart because there's a lid and there's wheels. And so when it rains, the cardboard doesn't get wet and and the water bottle. I mean, so to me, I totally hear what you're saying, Mr. Mayor. And so there's 2 sides to that, It really is just going to depend on what the city wants. The simple answer to your question is yes, we will go back and just figure out what is the pricing without recycling and provide that to Mr. Barber.
if there's an enhanced
Right, if
savings
it's
that helps
significant,
Waste Pro,
sure.
and we can centralize it in 2 spots or whatever, and still hold on to recycling and the proper
Sure.
recycling.
Yeah.
Because I know they still can abuse it and put in the tennis shoes and the water hoses and all that.
Yeah.
But the intent would be, the effort to get it there and the routine stuff that we.
And this is not something that's come up, but, we would be willing to work with staff, maybe, if the city of Archer kept recycling as is. It's been a long time since we've done any kind of educational promotion or flyer or anything. I
But
mean,
the
we.
symbols on the top of the trash cans
We,
were the
something,
best
we
thing
could,
ever.
yeah, I mean, we can certainly work with staff on something, like that. Even, maybe even, like a 30-second video to put on your social media or something. And yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since we've done anything out here in Archer, and it's always good to remind people and refresh their memories about what can and cannot go in and the benefits of recycling, so.
I have a quick question that brought up, because you guys kept saying cardboard.
Yes.
Sorry, we're allowed to put cardboard in the recyclable container?
Yes. Cardboard is the easiest thing to get recycled.
I think you just
thought
made
that
your
was-
point about education.
I thought that
I
was
just made my
only
point.
bottles and cans.
Oh,
It's single stream, so you're paying.
Dude, 20-some years.
you can.
I've never put cardboard in mine.
before you get rid of recycling.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, right?
I really thought cardboard had to be a separate container.
Not
Oh, well, thanks.
Yeah,
As far as.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
yes. So we provide, we're gonna go into a little recycling education here for a second. So we provide single stream recycling here to the city of Archer. In fact, to all of our cities that we service in Alachua County, it's called single stream. And what that means is you can put cardboard, plastic, glass, aluminum into one container. We take your recycling to our MRF, which is short for Material Recovery Facility, that we own in Ocala. And there, and as a side note, I'd be willing to do a tour if anybody wanted to go down there and take you on a tour of the facility. We have a sorting line, and some of it is, there are actual human people sorting, but a lot of it is electronic, magnetic. It's really very cool to go see. So the reason why I explain that is because if anyone has come from the city of Gainesville or unincorporated Alachua County, there's a different way of recycling in those areas. It's called dual stream. That's the orange and blue bins that you see in those areas. They put cardboard in one, and then they put the others, like you mentioned, Commissioner, in the other. So I know sometimes it can be confusing moving from one area to another. Again, I go back to, I appreciate having a recycling cart because the cardboard doesn't get wet if the lid is closed, unlike in the dual stream, it's those bins, and if it rains, the cardboard's ruined and you can't recycle it, so, yeah. Yes.
So I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah. So is there a revenue stream associated with the materials from the recycling for your company?
No.
It's total expense line?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another, that misconception mainly been discontinued now, but back in the day when China used to take all of America's recycling, and I'm really kind of making a general story about this. The United States we were pretty bad about sending really contaminated recycling to China, and they would just take it and sort it out. And then 2000, I want to say 12?
No, it was more
Later?
recent, yeah.
18 maybe?
Somewhere in that time.
Somewhere in there, China said, no more, we're not taking your crap. Excuse my French, but that's basically what they told the United States. And the United States was not prepared to do, there was not enough processing facilities, and the United States was not prepared to take all that, all those products. So the cost was certainly, that's where things changed from getting a revenue stream out of it to having to pay. So, for example, even Alachua County still collects glass, but they pay Strategic Materials out of South Florida to come up and pick up the glass, and they turn it into, they use it in their asphalt and stuff like that. So it's not a revenue stream for anybody anymore, you know.
For us, the tipping fees are actually higher for recycling than they are for trash.
Yeah, we pay more we pay our MRF, we pay more there than we pay to dispose
And
of your
Alachua
garbage.
County's price is higher than on their recycling. Well, it's a sliding scale, it changes, but most of the time it's more expensive than what their solid waste tipping fees are.
Yeah.
Any other questions? I just wanted
I'm sorry, I just want to get
Me too.
clarification on the, make sure I understand the rate increase. So we're talking about, because since we don't have a copy of the actual contract, we're just looking at the sort of excerpts of it. So I'm looking particularly at page 153 in the agenda, and this is the whereases in regards to the resolution. So I just want to be clear, so we're modifying the franchise fee, which is what they pay back to us, correct? The franchise fee?
Correct.
Right, okay, that's what I thought, okay.
deducted out of their bill.
So is that increase or decrease?
So what I want to make sure you guys are aware is this is the piece for their contract. Once I know what the commission agrees with Waste Pro, then at the next agenda, you will see on your consent agenda a matching, basically, resolution to pass on to the penny. We're not going to make any more, but to the penny to the customer. And that will start concurrent with the new contract October 1. So whatever increase is here that they have, that's not something that the city, as far as when we talked earlier about the budget, it's going to be at zero cost to the city
No,
itself.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that, yeah.
But you'll see that as a separate resolution after I know what you all have adopted through the agreement here with Waste
Understood.
Pro.
But the franchise fee is what they give to us?
Correct.
10% franchise.
So again, that shouldn't change, I don't believe. The franchise
It
fee.
says it's modified, so the modified
Yes.
franchise fee.
The franchise, we're keeping it on the commercial.
Keeping it on the commercial.
Yes.
Yes.
Bill direct to churches which are considered commercial.
But I thought that's how it was before.
We're removing it from residential.
So that
Okay.
we'll get less money out of this then, correct?
Yes.
We deduct it from your bill before we bill. In other words.
In other words, right,
Yeah.
okay.
So, yeah.
But the bottom line is it'll still be less money coming to us
Yes.
in one way or another, okay? So it sounds like that's probably pretty significant then. Since I'm assuming the residential cost basis is much higher than the commercial.
Did they have?
We don't have that much commercial
Do
here
they
in
have the
town.
amendment in front of them, or no?
All churches are considered commercial. You know that.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Yes, churches are.
Commercial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I thought you did.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of what the sort of cost is.
Yes,
Yeah.
no, understood.
Because I
Well,
don't get that from the resolution.
And actually, I should mention too, the city, which was a great thing for the city, the previous contract was 7 years. And there was no increases on it for 7 years. There may have been one increase to accommodate Alachua County going up on a tipping fee. But as far as
There's a fuel surcharge, I think.
or fuel or something, yeah. There's been no CPI, no cost of doing business
Right.
increases for City of Archer, which was great for Archer.
Until we had to pay more.
And then we got here, and so then that's why we worked really hard. Waste Pro, we love working with our smaller cities, and obviously because I live here in the county, he lives in the next door county. I mean, we're very aware of the financial challenges that have been going on, and we wanted to be sure that we came to Mr. Barber and Mr. Martin. We said, here's where we need to be. However, we want to work with you, and we want to be able to not, because the downside of not having any increases in 7 years is the increase.
Yeah, no, and I'm not questioning that. What I'm
Yeah.
just trying to get a sense of is what that financial impact is.
Yeah,
So I, I don't know if it's, because I don't have the numbers.
Oh,
I don't know if we're talking about it's going from a franchise fee, total franchise fee of 5,000 to 2,000. I just don't know what that means at this point. That's my question.
And Commissioner, what I'll do is I'll take a note of that and we'll have some figures for you.
Okay, and then in regards to the actual increases, so it says here the first year, 5-year term is $21.33 plus the consumer price, plus the CPI charge per resident per month.
Yes.
So that means that there's going to be an increase per residence in the first year of $21.33.
No, that's
No, that's
not,
your rate.
no, that's the rate.
That's the rate.
Yes.
Not an increase of.
That'll, yes.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
I don't have the comparison, that's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah.
The utility bill, I'm just saying, it's.
Yeah, it's, okay,
That would be the new rate per house per month,
okay, so but it's at
plus the
20
CPI,
Right, so for each one, yeah, plus the CPI on top of that, whatever that might be.
which right now is like 1.4%.
So we published specific language of garbage and trash collection, so it was an overall CPI.
Correct.
Which sometimes works in your favor and sometimes doesn't. And so basically those figures come out sometime in July every
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
And so prior to each year of October 1, the fiscal year, we'll know by July
Right.
of what that
Got
CPI
it.
with the agreed upon change at the rate will be.
Right.
Got it, okay.
So when we talk to the residents here, we'll know what that is by October 1 before it hits their bills, and we're going to do our best to educate on
Okay,
it.
so you just get me when you have a chance, the impact.
Got it
fee
written
thing,
down.
yeah. The only other thing is I think maybe Commissioner Rossi brought it up.
Would she love to talk trash? Is that what?
Yeah, she loves to talk trash. Yeah. She's trash talking. The whole thing with the lids off all the time really drives me insane.
Understood.
So, as a matter of fact, I was out of town for a couple days and came back. Both lids are open. Both cans are full of water.
Nate?
It's an automated truck. The truck does the lifting.
No, I know, but
I'm gonna look at maybe some ways of altering the angle of the arm,
Yeah.
because they are a little bit adjustable, but for the most part, it's automated. And if I had to pay a guy to get out on the other side of the truck to close every lid, then I'm gonna have to get you guys some new rates. I'll do my best to see what I can do. I don't wanna lie to you. It's not that I want the lids open, but it is automation. It's not like it was 20 years
Well,
ago.
they're not.
where it was hand
They're
picked
moving
up.
the can over to the truck, right?
No,
No.
Now on recycle, it is hand pickup currently because we have some truck out for some repairs. So if you see those small rear load truck, that's your recycle.
Right.
But the one that's picking up your trash is 1537. It's got an automated arm that reaches out, grabs the can, dumps it up top, and sets it back down.
Oh, okay.
And you should have it that close to the roadway so they can do that.
Actually, mine are within regulation and 6 feet apart. So there.
We do appreciate that greatly. That helps. That helps
Yeah.
tremendously.
And my wife is the recycle queen.
Wonderful.
There's only 2 of us in the Great Dane, and I can tell you that I have overflowing recycle and almost nothing in my regular trash.
That's how we want it.
Anyway. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So clear direction from the commission. What is the thoughts on recycling? Do we want to table that for now? Do we want to possibly amend the contract later on?
No, I'm just asking her to get information to you on what that number would be. by
I'm
the
aware, so
23rd.
you
That's
just,
it.
before you get the number, you just want the number.
Yeah, just so we
Okay.
can look at that peanut on the floor on the 23rd.
Well, I'm only asking because we're talking about signing a contract.
Yeah.
Alright.
So so for all intents and
point.
purposes, the negotiations are closed, am I correct?
Well, that's up to y'all.
No, I understand, but as far as you as a negotiator and Waste Pro, you've
Yeah, we initially looked at a massive jump on what you're seeing year 3, like October 1. And so, again, to the benefit of Waste Pro, they looked at spreading those out. We even offered, and the attorneys kind of slapped us down. We wanted to do a 7-year contract, but they had said no. The attorneys had recommended 5 years, so I didn't fight hard on that. But again, we also negotiated the CPI because just like them, we need to talk about CPI. That's later on our agenda. But, so yes, from our sake, from John and I's sake, we figured negotiations were closed. I didn't think about the recycling point because, quite honestly, I'm shocked that that would be an option, which it's fine if it is, but we didn't think about that because.
And I don't mean it has to be, I just want the information.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just
5 years
clarifying
go by
if,
real fast.
if you all vote yes, they're under no obligation in that 5 years to come back. They may be willing to do an amendment, but just for you all's sake.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, it,
And then you could say no to an amendment. I'm just saying, in year 3, if we just find that, I mean, because the thing I'm gonna ask is, are we still at, I'm amazed that we're at 30, 40%, whatever you just said, or 50% participation.
yeah, 30 to 50.
I thought it'd be less than that.
We would be, 100%, we would be, like, we would be willing to, if it was 2 years from now, I mean,
If it
absolutely.
reduced to 25% participation or 20%, then I'm gonna ask you,
Right.
well, hey, we're there again, could we amend the contract because there's a savings?
The city can
Because-
come
Where's
back.
our notary while you're here?
I'm a notary, does that count? I know.
So,
But
5 years
yes,
contract.
the city can definitely come back to us at any time during the contract and say, hey, we don't think recycling is working. What does that look
Well, I'm
like?
gonna ask
And
your
let's
opinion,
make an
because
amendment.
You're the provider, you're gonna know what
Sure.
it's producing.
Yeah, we can,
I'm not
absolutely.
trying to put you.
So before I make the motion, I just want to state, and then we can see if we can go with the motion. So can we make a motion essentially that says that we would, in favor of the resolution, under the caveat or the condition that Waste Pro would agree to renegotiate the charge, the savings for recycling?
I think that would be a question that even they couldn't answer because it would have to go to their legal. So this is a negotiated contract between our attorneys and their attorneys. And I think what you guys would want to do would be to table this, bring it to another agenda. Again, that's why we put October 1 on this.
Okay, so if we table it, it's not a big issue then?
Well, I mean, we're on a month-to-month agreement and Waste Pro's under no obligation right now to continue trash.
That's not my intent, to kill the spirit in the
Yeah.
5 years.
Well, Waste Pro, if we make a motion, if I make a motion to table it, are you going to start dancing the funky chicken, or can you wait a month?
She has powers above that could change in a heartbeat. I don't want to do that, Commissioner Lewandowski. That was not my intent. It was just looking for the peanut
I'm just,
underground.
I'm trying to save folks money.
Yeah, but we could always ask for an amendment in year 2 or 3. All I want to know is what the savings would be.
I'd like
If
to make a motion to just vote on it and not put it
And
out
get the
there.
information, and yeah, I mean, just because you're giving the information is not going to.
Just understand that once you make it, you know, the
I
nice folks
understand.
here, okay, and we have an obligation to the people out there to try to get them the
I
best deal.
understand my obligation.
Okay, all right. Just want to make
Second.
sure we're straight.
You go, Commissioner Ross. Okay, all right, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion regarding our opportunities and information gathering is all I'm asking for in my question, so. Hearing none. Anyone in the audience with constituency with any comments regarding the motion on the table? Thank you, Dana. Thank you, sir.
Please table this. I mean,
Judge, you might want to stay. Judge to be, you may have to call order. Here, I got a gavel. You can practice.
Mike's calling me.
All right. Welcome again for being here. I'm sorry, Ms. Costello, go ahead. What?
please table this. I mean, you're working for the citizens, and if it's about saving us money, then table it until we can get the cost savings.
But you
know, it
realize we
doesn't-
haven't had an increase in any way in 7 years.
That's okay,
So-
but.
Okay.
Okay, a cost savings is a cost savings. Okay, that's the bottom line. And, so I'm asking y'all to table that to see. I mean, it doesn't have to be a whole month down the road. Maybe you could put it on the 23rd agenda. You know, it sounds like they're gonna have it relatively quick. And so why couldn't we add it to that agenda? That's only a little over a week away.
That's the workshop.
Yeah, the workshop, but you could still have a meeting before the workshop. You know, a 15-minute meeting just with that agenda item.
If they go with the 23rd, then they are gonna have a shade meeting before, so.
We have the shade meeting on the 23rd. We're packing it in a lot, but duly noted. I understand what you're saying, Lori. That's why I brought it up.
Right, and that
From a
was a
cost
great
saving-
idea. Thank you for that.
And just remember, just like amending a budget, it's a fluid document. I'm not saying it's,
Well,
it's a home run, but you can always ask for an amendment to something in year 2
Well-
or 3. Especially if you get the information gathering from them back saying, hey, it's reducing, people are not interested in recycling. That's the only thing I'm gonna hold this
Yeah,
gentleman to.
well,
is
the only thing
find
is,
out where
it's
we're at.
not anything like a budget, because you guys are gonna be signing a contract, so it's
I
two,
understand.
two different things.
Duly noted. Thank you.
I'm
ma'am.
just asking to
Consider it.
table it, and if
Thank-
you can save citizens money, please do it.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Skinner.
Brenda Skinner, citizen. I would like you not to take away those recycling bins, because I think if you do, several things are gonna happen. Number one, people aren't gonna put their recycle over here and hold it and go somewhere else with it. Especially if you consider the number of senior citizens there are in this town.
Sure.
I, for one, am not gonna haul mine somewhere else and put it into something else.
They're just gonna stop doing it.
They're gonna stop doing it, exactly. They're just gonna throw everything into one bin, and then you're gonna have bins that are gonna be overflowing, and it's gonna go all over this town.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
Rhonda Robertson, citizen. I am in favor of recycling.
Okay.
I am a tree hugger and I
It's the
recycle
right thing
big
to
time, big time.
That's
And
a-
mine is full every week.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Okay. Didn't mean to bring a bone to the table. I'm sorry. All right, let's go to a vote. All is in favor of resolution number 2026-36 as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays?
Nay.
Duly noted on nay, 4-1 with Commissioner Lewandowski in the nay. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Ms. Williams, Ms. Dana Miller Williams. I'm sorry, thank you. And we look forward to the information if you can get it to us. Thank you. Thank you.
And I do want y'all to know, this is important. We had a really positive experience working with staff. I just
Great.
want y'all to know that. It was very smooth. It was a lot of communication back and forth. Mr. Barber and Mr. Martin did a fantastic job. So I just want you to know that.
And we have a downtown October Fest event, so we might be calling you to get a table
Okay.
if it works out. All right, thank
We
you
will
very
do it.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, next, item C, budget workshop and hearing schedule, pages 155 and 157. We have the date set.
So I don't want to just set one date. I would like you guys to set all of our dates so that we can get this out to our residents. I think it's important as we have not only the budget workshops, but we then have our tentative budget and millage hearing, and then our final adoption of the special hearing for the budget. And so I'd like to look at the calendar, get these dates out there, put them out to the residents, because I hope that they'll be able to come and participate and hear on these. So, you know, I just, like I said, if we can, my goal is that we have a budget workshop this month. We have a budget workshop in August. We're required to have, by the end of July, we're required to have what we're going to send out to the county as far as our trim notice, what the, you know, what the high, what the low, all that is. And then, of course, the rest of the tentative budget hearings and final budget adoption hearings are just, you know, the final adoption of all those things. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor, and if we can coordinate schedules and pick dates and lock them in, that would be great.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
2 of the dates, I have obligations. So the 23rd, July 23rd, I have an obligation, and September 10th, I have something on both of those days. The other 2 dates are open for me.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
we just have to be careful on the September readings, that they cannot be the same as the school board or Alachua County. We can't go before them. I'm just throwing that out there, just so when we're picking other dates.
And
And I don't even know if those are their dates either, I'm just saying.
I would recommend that those last dates, that maybe we consult with our city attorney and have their office establish those, since they're more of a hearing versus a workshop.
Talking about the 9/10 and 9/17.
Yes.
takes.
Mr. Mayor, I would also recommend that once the attorney finalizes those dates for us, that the manager resubmits the entire budget workshop and hearing calendar on an agenda item to finalize. It's required by state law.
For the hearings specifically, correct?
The new
other
House
two.
bill, it requires you to show even your budget workshops, your entire timeline for your budget.
That's one of the reasons why we want to establish them as soon as possible. Yes.
So are we saying that we're only going to look at July ones now?
July and August.
July and August, just July and August, not September.
So is anyone available, if there's conflicts on the 23rd, is anyone available the 21st, the evening of the 21st? That's next Tuesday.
You didn't have a conflict for next week, do you?
For the 23rd.
The vice mayor did.
21st, I don't. You're good for the 21st?
I can't do the 21st.
Okay. Can't do the 21st.
I'm trying to be a conflict.
How about the 22nd? We try and meet in the middle. That's a Wednesday. Is Wednesday a problem?
No, I have something, but I should be done. What time are we gonna do the
6 p.m., right?
6?
So normally I'd suggest 6:30, but because we're doing a
I should be able to do the
shade meeting prior to it possibly, we'd want to do it at 6.
You can't do it all. It's okay.
What time are we gonna do the shade meeting?
That would be first, correct?
At 6?
Yes.
That takes an hour. usually
Actually,
with the recorder.
let me actually explain this. So we're gonna have a shade meeting. We're gonna close that. We're gonna open an actual scheduled commission meeting because we have to do the second read of the charter ordinance if we pass the first read tonight. And then we would take, and probably a half hour later, we would start at 7 with the workshop.
Dang.
I thought the shade was going to take a full hour.
It is.
Oh, it is?
With the court reporter and all that, yeah.
I think we can try to be as brief as possible. I would count on 45 minutes.
Okay. So we could start 6:45, the commission meeting. And remember, the commission meeting is, if you guys are all set, it's just an official read, a hearing for the second read of the ordinance, and then, and wait a minute, no, do I have 10 days? That's why I think we picked the 23rd. Yeah, I don't think I can do it on the 22nd for the second read because we need 10 days of advertisement. So yeah, 22nd won't work.
27? Sorry. It's a Monday. 27th is fine with me.
The 27th, you said?
Yes. It's 2 Mondays from now, I think.
Yeah, the 27th could work.
For all three of the events?
For the shade meeting that we'd have to check with,
Yeah.
you guys good for the 27th?
Derek can do the 27th. So,
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so we would do 6 o'clock for the shade meeting till 6:45. We would schedule a general meeting to read through the second read of the ordinance for just a half hour or less. If we could try and do it in 15 minutes, it'd be great. And then we could advertise the 7 o'clock as the workshop.
Okay.
Is that amenable to everyone?
Right, so that's the,
Yes and no.
Monday, the July 27th.
so it's starting at 6,
Yes, sir.
and that's all 3 meetings, back to back. Got it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 1,800.
We'll close the shade, open the hearing, close the meeting hearing, and then on to the workshop.
That took care of the 23rd. What was the other date you couldn't do? The 10th?
September, but
Oh.
we're gonna get those.
So then the next question is Thursday, August 20th, okay for the second workshop?
Yes.
Is everybody okay with that?
What was the date again?
The second workshop would be Thursday, August 20th
At 6
at
p.m.
6:30.
Okay with me.
6:30?
Yes, sir.
August 20th.
Does that work for you, Mr. Mayor? Commissioner Rossi?
Might as well.
Okay. All right, so that's 2 dates down. Then we'll wait on the tentative budget millage hearing and the final adoption once the city attorney coordinates with what the requirements are with the county and the school board. And we'll get you those dates as soon as we hear of those.
Okay, and you said the budget workshop is at 6:30 that day?
On the 20th of August, yes,
Got
sir.
it, okay. Thank
So
you.
when are you gonna tell us? I'm sorry.
As soon as we find out this week, I'll get with the attorney's office and we'll get some dates out to you guys. I'll
So-
ask him to give us a couple options for,
So we could act on that on the special call.
we could act on those on the
Review and
first
second
workshop and get them published by the end of July. As part of the compliance for
The
the,
other agenda item on July 27th could be
Correct.
confirming those workshop
Sure.
3 and 4 with the millage readings.
yes.
Okay.
Does that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, so all we're acting on right now is the first two?
Yes.
So by consensus, we're okay with that?
Yes.
By consensus, I don't need a motion? Okay. Number 1 and number 2. Okay, next item is trim notice, proposed maximum millage rate, pages 158, 154 in your packet.
And this really goes to what we were just talking about. Commissioner Fiore brought it up about just making sure that we meet compliance. Obviously, out of the first workshop date, we really need to come up with, and really I wanted to do it tonight, but seeing the long amount of time that we have and not having all the figures 100% where they need to be, I think that probably it would be better off, go ahead if you have something.
No, I'm waiting to hear you.
No, I'm just wondering if maybe you guys want to do this as part of the first workshop on the 27th, and we could actually put this as part of the meeting section. That's up to you all. Or do you want to accomplish this tonight?
Well, I don't have the trim booklet in front of me, but I thought you had to submit to the property appraiser what our max millage, is that not
Yes,
July?
but again, that's by the end of July from my understanding.
So when will commission adopt that if we don't do it today?
The 27th.
It would be on the 27th.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We would have to do it on the 27th if you guys don't want. I mean, we can do it tonight. I'm just looking at the time and all the
Yeah,
other
well,
things
I
on the
recommend
agenda.
that we do it on the 27th, and the resolution should state what the rollback rate would be, and you'll get that in your trim portal. You'll have all that. I don't think you have those numbers here. You have.
No.
Yeah, so you're gonna wanna state what the rollback rate will be and what percentage increase or decrease that is from the current rate. I can help with the resolution if you need be, but
Yes.
yeah, I don't think we should adopt this resolution.
Okay, so I'll accept a motion to table that until the 27th.
I recommend that we table it as a motion.
And add
On
it
the
as an agenda
27th,
item, the
yes.
27th. Have a motion to have a second.
I'll second.
I have a second from Commissioner Rossi. Any other comments, conversation, questions?
Just one,
Yes, sir.
it's my understanding with the trim notice now, we discussed it earlier today, is that you need to have a supermajority if you're going to increase the trim over a certain percentage. And that probably, those instructions probably need to be put in here. I think
That is
that just got
correct.
passed June 24th.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the dais regarding tabling this till the 27th to receive proper trim notice, millage, set millage, and rollback rates? Hearing none, any questions or comments from the constituents in the audience or what our plan is to add this as agenda item 3 for our special called meeting on the 27th?
Mr. Mayor, before you go to a vote, just to make sure, I mean, we've had this discussion internally, staff, we don't plan on proposing any kind of increase at all. So I just want to make that clear. That's never been in our plan for the budget, and it's never been part of any of the
Yeah,
discussions.
we're at the max now.
Yeah, so just want to make sure we all knew that.
If anything, we'll reduce it, but we're at the max, so. Okay, hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to table this to the 27th special call meeting, say aye.
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 And aye as well. Nays, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Okay, ordinance number 2026-02, charter referendum questions, first read.
Mr. Mayor, this is an ordinance of the City of Archer, Florida, calling for referendum questions to be placed before the qualified electors of the City of Archer at the next general election, which is scheduled for Tuesday, August 18th, 2026. Providing charter referendum questions, determining whether to adopt the proposed amendments to the charter for the City of Archer, providing for the full text of the proposed amended charter for the City of Archer, providing for the requisite ballot language, providing for repeal of all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is pass ordinance number 2026-02 upon its first reading by title only.
And just to clarify, there is a correction in the updated packet that you have. Everything he stated 100% true, but we are putting that on the November 2026 ballot. November ballot, not the August 18th. Just want to make sure you guys had all determined that and we had made the change. And Mr. Walker, if you have the extra packet there, it's
I
the
apologize.
updated stuff.
I read from my computer, I apologize.
Not a
It's
problem.
Tuesday, November 9th, 2026, to clarify.
Yes, sir.
And this most updated packet has that.
Yes, so if you guys just briefly go through your packet, it's what you guys asked for. It's the resolution and the first couple of pages. Your questions stated in the way of the 4 questions that you all determined, in the manner in which you determined them, followed up by the attachment A is what basically your charter would look like. I believe attachment B is what the charter looks like now, and there's possibly some notes with some of the questions on the side, which is why it's indented. And then the only thing that will remain from the original submittal in the packet is pages 187 and 188, and that is the business impact statement, which basically states this ordinance does not impact any business in the state of Florida. So it's the packet that you received. Again, we have copies for the audience. And then pages 187 and 188 of the business impact statement. And those two together are what you guys are either approving or not approving for the first read.
I have a motion for ordinance number 02-2026.
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion from Commissioner Leroy. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Vice Mayor Bailey. Any other questions? Just the comments?
Just, I'm looking at attachment A. So is attachment A is the current one or the proposed changes?
I believe attachment A is, I thought, with the changes. One of them is with the changes.
Okay, because I thought you had to have something that had that like track changes or something to it.
I believe that's on the back of the attachment A.
Is that what that's at?
I believe that's going to be, there should be a charter comparative table ordinances on page 10 of 10 on that supplemental.
Okay.
And it lists the ordinance numbers that are affected and the adoption dates and all of that.
Attachment B then, I guess that would be.
Well, it's the last page of attachment
Oh, okay.
A, I believe.
Okay.
I believe so. Again, I didn't compile that, but I'm pretty sure that that was the intent.
Okay.
Yeah, the table shows the location of the sections of the basic charter and any amendments thereto.
And then B is just what it was before.
I believe so, yes, sir. I think B is the current language and some of the work that was done by the committee.
Okay.
Mr. Charter Review Chair, are you okay with that?
I'm just checking,
No,
the devil's in the details. I'm just doing it.
Absolutely. You worked too hard on this. I respect that.
Okay, looks good.
Okay, any questions or comments from the constituents in the audience regarding the charter review changes in this ordinance that states that? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of ordinance number 02-2026 with the 4 charter review amendment changes, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Good job. Thank you all. Okay. Moving on to new business.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Archer, Florida, authorizing the city manager or designate in coordination with the city attorney to review and exercise any available contractual rights to cancel, terminate, or not renew services with Edmunds GovTech, Inc., directing staff to evaluate replacement utility billing software options compatible with city operations and to present options to the City Commission within 6 months, providing for procurement and budget limitations, providing for continuity of operations, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass resolution number 2026-32.
Now entertain a motion for discussion.
I entertain a motion for discussion.
I'll second that.
A motion from Commissioner Fiore, a second from Commissioner Rossi. Any discussion, questions?
I have a few comments,
Yes,
Mayor.
ma'am.
So currently, the staffing is not using Edmunds for their budget to actuals. It's only being, correct me if I'm wrong, manager, but it's only being used for the utility billing. And it's a shame because we've spent a lot of money on this software, and I think it's really smart, and we should look for other softwares that are more in line with a city of our size and potentially can save us quite a bit of money. And I will note that, if you read the backup, it's not going to be for 10/1. They have 6 months to come back to us and provide us with some
Alternative.
Yeah. So I'm definitely for this.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I concur with what Commissioner Fiore said. One of the things that I wanted to say is that I looked at this. I don't know what just happened.
I turned mine off so that your voice is.
Oh, got it. Okay. No problem.
Don't know why I'm special when I speak. When you all speak.
When you all speak and my mic is off, it's clear for the audience.
So just for specifics for the audience and for the rest of the commission, we had a 5-year contract that the city of Archer entered into with Edmunds GovTech. The city attorney can elaborate because I think they represent some of the other cities that have actually been in disputes contractually with Edmunds. I would not lay this responsibility of not using Edmunds to its full potential on the city staff on this one. It's actually was a very terrible rollout. I think my previous city, we were still trying to roll it out after 2 years before we could even use it, that we were into the contract. I think Archer might have been longer, like it was 3 years prior to them actually getting things switched over. So it's just not something that a small city needs, and the expense is overwhelming. The contract ends, the 5-year contract, April of 27. My thought was we should discuss it then. We need to discuss that now. And if y'all's intention is for us to go shopping for a better program that fits our needs and is more affordable, now's the perfect time to do that. We gave ourselves a 6-month deadline. Again, we don't have to give notice of this until next year, say February. But I already wanted something to be locked in by December or January that you guys were happy with and said, yes, let's sign a contract with them. So I just wanted to make sure we address this. If it's y'all's wish overwhelmingly to stay with this, we'll work with it. But I suspect that this contract is going to escalate. And, you know, just like Waste Pro was just here, you know, people are going to come in, they're going to renegotiate, they're going to make it higher. So if we're going to make a change, we need to make that change and start studying that change in the near future.
Anyone else? Any comments? Any comments from the constituency and the audience regarding this opportunity? And I will define it as such.
So I have a question rather, not comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, no, so I just want to be clear. So are you thinking about terminating early?
Yes.
No,
We can't.
That's what I thought. Okay, so you're just saying that you're going to give them the notice, whatever amount of time
If the
it is.
commission tells me they'd like us to go shopping for another, I want to know that now. Spend the next 6 months finding the best product that we can. It's going to take time to integrate that for a few months.
Right.
And so I want to make sure that we give them proper notice and we know who we're going with and we don't have the kind of hiccups that we did when Edmonds was brought in.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I just wanted the clarification that you're not talking about early termination. Okay, got it.
I just would like to say that I agree with canceling Edmonds when the time comes. I do think that there are plenty of other options that are less expensive and are easier to utilize. There's a lot of struggles with Edmonds. I've worked with it personally, and it takes time. Yeah, so I just wanted to put that out there that I definitely support that.
Anyone in the audience, any comments regarding this opportunity for change? And plan for it? What a concept. Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor, resolution number 2026-32, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Next item, resolution 2026-33.
Mr. Mayor, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Archer, Florida, authorizing the transfer and payment of $217,676 from the city's public funds checking account ending in 8848 to the city's Wild Spaces Public Spaces Fund to complete the corrective action for prior funding and accounting issues, directing city staff to make the necessary accounting entries and documentation, directing staff to report completion to Alachua County, providing for restricted use and fund accountability, providing for implementation, providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is pass resolution number 2026-33 as read by title only.
I'll entertain a motion.
I entertain a motion.
I have a motion for resolution 2026-33 from Commissioner Fiore. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Vice Mayor Bailey. Any comments, questions from the dais? Hearing none, any questions or comments from the constituents in the audience regarding?
Well, I had some things to say.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, just so everyone understands what's happening here, unless the manager wanted to jump in.
Sure. We have what was called a reserve account, and it's not a reserve account. It was pulled out of the line of credit. Looking at the budget shortfalls, as we've talked about them coming up for the new budget, there's an entire source of funding that the city should be using, but we're not able to because of some past mistakes, and that is the Wild Spaces Public Places Fund. The county commission sat here in our joint meeting back in March. We talked to them about making that right and getting that corrected. I think they're anxious to see that turn over. So the thought was we can return this to the line of credit and still be back to square one with Wild Spaces Public Places. Or we can take this reserve account that we've already removed and been paying interest on, pay off the Wild Spaces Public Places, get right with the county, and then actually open up to supplement our budget in appropriate areas. Roads, parks, the things that are actually supposed to have that money spent on. So we're technically spending this money, but we're reimbursing a fund that we actually then can utilize for the recovery of certain areas of our city. It may not make it 100% whole, but whatever that small shortfall is, we can bring that back. I don't think it's much. But this will end one of those long time issues that you all have been discussing and been going, how in the world are we going to correct this? As I mentioned tonight, the surplus RFQ for appraisal and survey has returned, but of course that's going to take time, and then the sale of the properties are going to take time. So it's not like that we can't recover some of that money. And in turn, my thought is whatever money we make from those sales, if this is taken care of, can then go off to service debt. So it's just trading one for the other, but overall, it's correcting the issue with the county on a much more escalated time scale.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So you said it's coming from the line of credit?
It did. They moved that money from the line of credit, and we've already been paying interest
Okay,
on
so it's not increasing debt?
No, sir.
Okay, so that money was taken from the line of credit. We've essentially already borrowed that money?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
And it is increasing our debt because we're paying 5% on something that's making no money.
Yeah, I mean, the
It's
other
sitting
thing we
in an
could do
account,
is,
non-interest bearing account.
so the other option would be,
Return it to the line of credit,
Credit.
still have the problem with wild spaces, public places, hope that the surplus pays back that insufficient amount, then turn around and still have $600 and some thousand worth of debt, $601,000 that we still have to figure out how to get a loan
Sell
for.
the surplus property to pay that debt service, so.
Mayor, if I can just make a comment around this as well. So in 2025, as soon as, when we had the help of the Newberry's, Dallas, thank you. I always want to call him Lee. I know, but that's what I want to call him all the time, just Lee. So anyways, as soon as he came on board, he quickly stopped the use of wild spaces. So I feel really confident that 2025 was not spent incorrectly. In fact, we didn't spend any of it. It just sat and kept getting transferred to the new wild spaces fund. So we've actually accumulated over $285,000 that is now sitting in that fund, where you have staff that's afraid to touch any of that, even though we're allowed to, but we've been afraid to use any of that because of this lingering issue with we misspent it in the prior year. So I think this is a really good thing that we can just get that off our table.
Anybody else? Comments, questions? Okay. Anyone from the constituents in the audience with questions or comments regarding what this money is, where it came from, and how we're paying off Big Brother, the county, first, to be able to utilize the money that belongs to us, because it comes back to us in a special holding account that can be utilized for special wild spaces,
Yeah.
public places.
So that kind of upset me the way you worded that. So this money, I have to just clarify, I'm sorry. The money is, we're not giving this to the county. We are simply saying, hey, county, we're repaying the Wild Spaces Fund for what we misspent. But then we get to spend that. Yeah, okay, just making sure.
Got it? Okay, let's go to a vote.
right, we start to spend it, but it's, this, just to be clear, it means that we have an $800,000 debt instead of a $600,000 debt.
That's
Right, okay,
still lingering.
that's still lingering, got it.
But it will, to your point, Commissioner, though, but it will open up the availability for us to supplement next year's budget with up to almost $400,000 in the right department spent the right way. And right now, we're locked out of that funding. So, paying off that line of credit or that debt in a loan will be much easier with this resource freed up to supplement areas of the budget that are appropriate.
Okay.
Show as a revenue account to any
This
loan
is one to
institutions.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to send out a press release if you guys agree to this, and when we get a letter from the county stating that we're in good standing, that's a press release.
That's a press release, absolutely.
Yeah, well, I get the press release. It's the long-term debt that concerns me,
And the dashboards.
and the dashboards.
Go to a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2026-33, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Next, Resolution 2026-34, SD Nexus /TSA Surplus Authority.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Archer, Florida, authorizing city manager or designee to register for, bid on, and acquire surplus materials, equipment, vehicles, tools, supplies, replacement parts, and related operational items through SD Nexus, GSA auctions, and other applicable United States General Services Administration surplus property programs for critical city operational needs, requiring that all such bids and acquisitions be limited to previously budgeted and available funds, prohibiting any unbudgeted purchase or the purchase without an available budget, providing for budget verification, purchasing compliance, documentation, reporting, authorization, and execute related documents, conflicts, severability, and effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass Resolution 2026-34 upon its reading by title only.
I make a motion to pass Resolution 2026-34.
I have a motion from Commissioner Fiore. Do I have a
Second.
second? Second from Vice Mayor? Was it? Vice Mayor Bailey, a second.
Yeah.
Any conversation, comments from the dais?
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could for just a moment, so it's clear what this is, we are not asking to go on a spending spree. You guys will be looking at an October 1, 2026, 2027 fiscal budget. Within those line items of particular departments, we will have a budget to replace and repair certain vehicles and equipment. What we would like to do with this through government service auctions that many other cities are able to utilize is purchasing things at 3% or 1% of assessed value. So you go on a priority list. The reason why this is authorizing it ahead of time within budgeted limits is because these sites require bidding within sometimes hours. So if you're going to capture, for example, in my previous city, we captured a vehicle that was assessed at over $55,000. We paid around $3,500 for it, but we could not wait to put it on an agenda to propose the expense. So what we did was we created specific budgets for vehicle repair, tool replacement, items that are required as part of, edgers were mentioned today. We could find a lot on there where 16 edgers are for sale for 1% of their value, which could literally be just a few dollars. And our objective is to look at these as ways in the future of not going out and buying new, but repurposed. Usually the federal government and agencies that use these items take very good care of them. They tell you exactly what the condition is, and the only extra expense that you have is every once in a while when you have a shipping cost or we have to go pick something up. We would never look at anything outside of the southern states like Alabama, Georgia, Florida. But as we go through the budget discussion in the workshops, you'll see line items in there for vehicle replacement and for other capital needs. And we're just making sure this is a tool in our tool belt that we can utilize. I'll give you one example of this. I went on there the other day. One of the items on there was locate wire. So everyone knows we're going to be building an interconnect between Archer and Newberry. Locate wire per 100-foot roll or even 500-foot rolls, they can run in the hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. We could have gotten rolls for literally about $30. Okay, so we're talking about even within a bid scope or any item that we're required to have a potential for massive savings. And as the resolution clearly states, neither I nor John nor any staff member can spend any amount of money over the purchasing policy or any item that is not previously budgeted and voted on by the commission.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from the dais regarding this opportunity? Any questions from the constituents in the audience regarding the effort to save money at reduced rates for equipment and supplies? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2026-34, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Next is Resolution number 2026-35, surplus scrap sealed bid process.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Archer, Florida, establishing a sealed bid process for the sale and disposal of city-owned tangible personal property that is obsolete, damaged, uneconomical, inefficient, scrap, or no longer has an operational use. Authorizing the city manager as designee to identify and classify eligible property as surplus, prepare surplus property, lists, publicly advertise the sales, receive and open sealed bids, and complete awards, providing for notice, award, and rejection of bids, default, payment, removal, as is or where is conditions, record keeping, deposit of proceeds, alternative disposal of unsold scrap, exclusions, conflicts, severability, and effective date. Appropriate motion is to pass Resolution 2026-35 upon its reading by title only.
I'll entertain a motion. A motion from Vice Mayor
So
Bailey.
moved. Yeah.
We have a second,
I'll second.
and a second from Commissioner Rossi. Questions or comments? I have one question, Mr. Barber, not just directing to you, but will we not have to review those surplus properties before we put anything out there for sealed bids?
So this isn't real property. This is items like broken lawnmowers, scrap metal.
So it's not real estate property?
So it's not real estate. There's no real estate property in here. So this is basically allowing the staff to put out a sealed bid process instead of allowing things to sit around and deteriorate. We can't legally throw them away because they're city property. So this is just basically cleaning house and getting rid of things that we shouldn't have.
So just going out on a revolution to get back. When are we going to do the real estate properties in the same manner?
As I mentioned, that RFQ came back this week. You will be presented in your next agenda proposals for which proposal from an appraiser and a
Combination
surveyor to check. We will award that bid according to what you all decide, and then that contract will be worked out, signed. As soon as the appraisals and the surveys are done, then that will also become a
Come
sealed
back
bid
as an
process.
agenda.
But you won't need it because we already passed that. You guys already authorized that process. You already authorized the RFQ. Once the contract's signed, that will start the process of
But
listing the property.
Delineation of the surplus properties has not been brought back to us for a final read.
You guys got a list that designated which properties we were offering on an RFQ.
But we tabled it because we did not know the exact locations of those properties. Look back at the records, it was not a motion.
I can do that.
I'm not trying to stop the train. I'm
Yeah.
just saying, I just want to make sure.
I know what you're talking about. So what we ended up actually doing, you guys still passed the RFQ and the resolution to sell the property. But what we stated is when we award the contract, you would determine in the contract the final list of what properties they would do.
That's that action
Yes,
has not been.
so that
taken,
has to come back when the contract comes back to be awarded.
So that everybody understands what
Yes,
these
yes,
properties are,
thank you.
where they are, so that we're clarifying the old idea,
I have a
i.e. the church
question.
property, Mr. Lewandowski, so.
I have a question. So these surplus properties that that we're agreeing to scrap, who's going to determine
Which ones?
what?
So there's two
wait, hold
subjects.
on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who's going to determine what is no longer working? Because a couple weeks ago or last month, we only had one truck. Do you see my point? That's, I just want to know, like, the process that's going to be taken in regards to certain things.
Well, that would be myself and Mr. Martin.
Okay.
And I would make an assessment of the item. And if I was unfamiliar with being able to make the assessment, I would send it out to some sort of expert to have a document representing what their opinion on it was before I would put it up for sealed bid.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that there was a process.
Yes, ma'am.
In plan.
But I mean, a lot of this is really easy. Some of it's literally just junk, broken junk.
understand.
So
I
that's
understand.
what we're gonna do with a lot of that is put a bunch of it in lots.
Okay.
Or even put it out for a solicitation of a sealed bid for scrap value.
Okay.
Where they literally come with a scale and then, but for items that have a real value potentially, we would save those for last and, I would have no problem addressing those individually with you all and making sure that you all felt comfortable before things. And as a matter of fact, the bid has to go out. It has to be a period of days. You guys could see anything in any publication we could tag you into, and if there was a concern, we could pull a bid.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, and to add to that, is that a special account that's going to be open for those things?
It will go into a line item in the general fund. It will not reimburse any line item. It will go into a specific GL code.
Revenue-producing GL code?
And then you all will determine what to do with that resource.
Okay, but it'll have its own definition of what's funding that
It
line
should go into its own line item GL code.
And then what it's spent on will come back to us.
I don't plan on spending it.
Okay, it's just a revenue placeholder.
Yes.
As another source of repayment to our debt service.
In whatever way you all
Just
decide.
Not trying to hold you to it, but, if there's a court recorder here, I'll take it. So.
No, I mean, again, I have no plans to spend the money that comes in because I don't know what it's going to bring.
Mr. Barber, this is not to insult you. I'm just saying this has been some of our problems in the past where we said, yeah, get rid of that. and that we did not know the revenue line item where it went.
And that's really why it's important to do sealed bid processes and all this. I don't know how you all did it in the past, but this is gonna get published. It'll get published on the website. It'll get published on central bidding. Some items that are expensive could potentially get published on the newspaper, and those bids will come in. What they will offer is the lowest bid somebody has to meet, and then it'll be who gets to the highest point after that. We'll open those in a transparent way with the clerk and myself and Mr. Martin. We'll record those, we'll notify the winners and losers. It'll all be done above
And when
board.
we have a working
Yes.
profit and loss, we'll be able to see the add-ins monthly or whatever from those.
You would see a deposit, Commissioner Fiore could show
Okay.
a real deposit
Again,
into a
not just
GL
trusting
code that
you,
would
I'm
be
just
created.
saying We have the check and balance and
Yes.
see
Yeah,
what that's.
You mentioned, city manager, that it would go to the general fund, but you would make sure that it's going to the fund that paid for the item, right? It's not all considered general fund.
Well, the only issue with that is you'd have to prove that that fund paid for it and where the documentation is. I mean, some of these items are so old, I don't know if that documentation. So my point is, wherever I can't confirm that, I would just put it into
Yeah,
the
now that I
general
think
fund.
about, I think other cities, I remember them just putting in the general fund too.
That's how I've done it in the
Yeah.
past, but
Placeholder.
Yeah, it has its own GL. Yeah, no, I'm talking about funding sources though, but yeah, okay.
if I can verify that, Commissioner, I have no problem replacing it into that fund, but it still needs to be a separate fund, even within an enterprise, not to be spent on a normal cost.
Oh, I don't know if that,
I want to roll over, I want those funds to be rolled over into the next budget. That's my goal. Is that we have them for next fiscal year. We call in the business a sinking fund. So that, a rainy day
yeah,
fund.
but I don't think it.
Or
I don't-
establishing a
we're getting down into the
reserve or
weeds, but I
something.
don't think it has to be a separate fund. It's gonna be a general fund. You're just trying
Separate
to.
GL.
GL and funds are different. GL I get,
Yes.
but we
GL.
don't have to set up a whole fund
No,
for it.
I apologize, I misspoke. I meant GL. It'll be a separate GL.
Any other questions from the dais or comments? Anyone from the constituents in the audience regarding this opportunity? Yes, ma'am.
Couple questions. So do you foresee that we have a lot of junk to get rid of right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you foresee that happens on a yearly, basis, that it's gonna happen all the time, that we're gonna?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So things like a generator, if you want to get rid of a generator because it doesn't work.
No, you don't get rid of a generator because it doesn't work. You get rid of a generator because the cost of fixing it is more than buying one.
Okay, so are those the type of things that's going to come back to the commission?
No, I'm
No.
gonna make that determination, but I'll have documentation to back that up where it's not just a matter of personal opinion.
Okay. Any kind of condition on these seal bids, like if you,
There'll be a minimum reserve. You have to meet the
Right.
reserve to put in a bid,
But I
and then
mean-
it'd be just the highest bid. No one ethically that is connected to the city would be able to bid on any item that the city puts up for a sealed bid.
is there going to be a description of, I'm just using a generator for an example. Will there be a description on something like that?
Oh yeah, you have to go into detail, model, any plate
Oh,
information, any of that stuff, yeah.
Okay. And that's going to be on the website?
It'd be found in two places, at centralbidding.com, and would be set up also on the website.
Okay. But everything is going to definitely be on the website. Do you know what it's going to be under? Is it under
Bids.
Public Works or
Bids.
News or?
Bids or RFQs is the tab that we'll put it under.
Okay, all right,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Anyone else in the audience? Okay, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2026-35, say aye.
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 Aye as well, nays like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0.
Now, Mr. Mayor, I just want to point out that we went through 5 items in 26 minutes, so that's a record.
Yes, it is.
Moving on, item E in new business, city manager evaluation / August salary discussion, pages 211 and 12. Discussion from the dais. Opine yourself or any ideas, or do we want to
So, Mr. Mayor, I've provided you a compilation of the 4 that I received back. Each one has a copy, so you can compare. There's a synopsis laid out. I was asked to put this item on for 2 reasons, one by contract and one by commissioner. I will allow at this time for the commissioners to take over this discussion, as in, other than a question being answered, I don't feel it's appropriate to lead this discussion.
Okay. How would the dais like to proceed with the consideration of both the evaluation, if there's any comments regarding that, but more so the planning for any August salary discussion through the workshops? I mean, I presume that's where we'll have those discussions.
I'll start the conversation.
Yes, ma'am?
First of all, looking through the scores,
Yes, ma'am.
it seemed like for those who scored, we seem like we're in line with pretty close to the same scoring pattern, unless I'm not seeing something correctly. And also the items that were noted, such as the water, wastewater, grants, that's been an important issue. That we noted that staffing and policies and financial situation needs to continue in the positive direction. And in my opinion, I feel that Mr. Barber has been pushing those important items forward. So I scored him good on those items, and it looks like others did too. I think to stay in line with his contract, I think we're only required to discuss tonight. But I don't know what's holding us back from moving forward next month, allowing the city attorney to come back with what the budget impact would look like to move the individual to a full-time position, which we all know is going to be a need moving forward. There's no way that a part-timer can manage that grant that we're in charge of now, and nor do we want that to slip through our fingers. So I would like to see what others want to do. I would like to move something forward with the attorney, bringing something back in August so that we can look at to see what that budget impact would look like, moving him to full-time with benefits.
Would that be keeping them both, the deputy and I'm just curious.
Yeah, I would like to do that. I currently, in the proposed budget that we're going to present you, that's how it's laid out. Not that it's adopted by any means, but that's the scenario that's laid out. And I think Mr. Barber's contract states that, and this might be a question because I don't have it memorized, but that he's in charge of that position if we keep it or not. I think, right?
I think that's how I read it when I read the contract.
Yeah.
I think he's doing a grand job. But with that being said, without knowing, I'm gonna take the same stance as I took previously when we discussed Mr. Martin. It's not that I don't think he's doing a good job. I think they're both doing a good job in different areas. But I just don't feel, without having those numbers and seeing where we're at, taking that big step, or even if he wants to, I know he has another job. So I still have a lot of questions of the what ifs, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Vice Mayor?
I agree. And then it brings up some other points. If full-time, then they need to live in, what is it, 15 miles or 15 minutes?
15 minutes or 15
Okay,
miles.
I thought it was 15 miles. Okay. Within a 15-mile radius, is he wanting to do full-time? Because he expressed that he did not want full-time because he was running for something, another board, okay. So it's a lot of questions. However, I do think you're doing a great job.
Mayor, I have a question. Where is it stated that the 15-mile radius or 15-minute. I thought we got rid of
We
that.
removed that in this new posting.
We removed it because it was part-time, that's what we
part-time.
said.
And you're
Because it was
emphasizing
part-time.
if it's
But if it's
full-time, do we
full-time,
want that?
yes, that
But
was,
would that be something that would just be written into the new contract that is not required? It's not like it's in our charter or anything.
No.
Okay, thank you.
So, my turn?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, okay.
My mic is off, yours is on, so you can be heard. Yes, sir. Go.
Okay, a couple of things. So number one, I think that Mr. Barber is competent. Okay, so the first 6 months of any employee, the number one question I always ask is the individual competent to perform the job? So I think the answer is yes. And glancing at all the documents, I think that everyone agrees that he is competent. Some of us may disagree in terms of how competent he is, but I think we all agree on that. So I think that's good. The second thing is that I think we need to do, step back, put my old hat on. If I did a job task analysis in terms of everything that the city manager is responsible for. I don't think we haven't discussed that a lot. I have a multi-page document that I've gone through and done that. So my professional estimation, going back to my old jobs, is that it requires a full-time city manager position, without a doubt. It probably, you can make a strong argument, requires a full-time deputy city manager when you look at it. Now, if you parse some of that out and you say, like for example, he's responsible for planning and zoning, and you contract that out to somebody else, then it takes a requirement out. So every time you subtract something, it lessens those requirements. So I think you have to kind of take a look at it. What I would task Mr. Barber to do, and Mr. Martin, is to come back with a recommendation, a picture. So they're managers, he's got to do this anyway, it's part of his job, and say, look, what is your vision on how you would accomplish all the tasks that are listed in the ordinances in the charter? And there's a lot of them. There's a huge amount. Flood administrator, it's crazy. Deputy, he's the city clerk, he's the treasurer, on and on and on. So my thing would be to come back to him and say, okay, so Mr. Barber, what is your recommendation to the board moving forward? Number one, taking himself and Mr. Martin out of the position, just making it position, not personal. And then the second thing is okay, so having said that, what is your recommendation in terms of yourself and Mr. Martin? What are your recommendations in that regard? So, what we have to do is we have to say, I think we have an obligation to say, we think these positions need to be filled. What are the minimum salary requirements that we can afford? Because we haven't even had that discussion yet, right? So when you do the budget, you have to say, well, these are kind of the minimum. And then you go back to the individuals and say, look, we think we'd like to keep you guys. What are you willing to take? So I think that's the steps that I would recommend. And now in terms of the evaluation, I would add a third piece of this, and I'm going back to my old military days, and I've written this down. If you look on, I think it's on page 10, when you look at what area should a city manager improve during the next review period, I lay out a process. So essentially what I say in that process is that the city manager creates the performance objectives. So he creates performance objectives based upon his functional areas. And even if he parses these out to a contractor, he still has responsibility because he can't delegate the responsibility. So, he comes back and he says, here are my performance objectives. And then we agree to those and they become part of the next evaluation. So now what you're having is something that's more objective when you're doing the analysis. Because, he comes back with the performance objectives he recommends. We add or subtract to them whatever we think is appropriate. And then that becomes the contract, essentially, in terms of our expectations and his expectations on how we have to move forward. So I kind of put that in there, that little section. I've sort of summarized that. It happens to be what the Department of Defense uses. Other companies will use that type of paradigm, but it becomes much more objective and less subjective. And we can all see, and then we agree, and that's how we move forward. And there's hopefully, it may change during the rating period, but I think that becomes part of the plan. So that's kind of how I think we should move forward. I like Mr. Barber, I like Mr. Martin, so I just want to be really clear on that. My biggest issue, I think some of you share that issue, is we have no idea in terms of what that budget's going to look like. So until we see that, I'm not really prepared to discuss money until I see that. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, sir. My evaluation of your 6 months is what it is, fully competent in the objectives from interview process. Thank you very much. I think between you and Mr. Martin and the 2 different dynamics, we're achieving not only a pretty active plan, but also performing and demonstrating cost-saving measures to move forward. My one question to you, and not putting you on the spot this evening, but as we talk about it from a budgetary standpoint or not, the one thought process that keeps going in my head is your payload of responsibilities that you have right now that are all opportunities for you, your other engineering job, your public servant opportunity. The question is, would you even be prepared and at what time to consider a full-time management position? It's not that we couldn't plan for that. I mean, that's a different dynamic, but I remember in the interview process, you telling us, if you're looking for a full-time manager, I'm not the guy, because it's not in my box right now. And I don't want to lose the impetus and the energy that you have, Mr. Barber, by putting some parameter of a full-time expectation that you couldn't meet because of your dedication and your catch box of things that you're trying to do. I respect you that much. And so we just have to go a different direction. And so don't need an answer. As we go into the budget process, does it behoove us to consider just a budgetary, monetary recognition for the work done thus far, continue through a period of time, and then review it again? That's a different way to look at this. But when I say again, I'm talking about in another 6 months, because by then, I mean, I will ask you a point, Michael. When is the election of your public servant position in the school administration? Is that in October, or is that?
So the primary is in August, which is when the election will be held. I want to make clear that I don't think that should be a caveat in anybody's decision,
No.
mine or y'all's. I mean, because y'all sit on a board, which is what I'm running for, and yet many of you have full-time jobs.
Absolutely.
So I don't think that's a fair assessment. Now, as far as my full-time job, that's a fair assessment, and I'm willing to have a conversation about that, and I have with some of you one-on-one. I have no problem coming back and having discussions with you guys in an open format for some of these issues. My greatest fear, and Mr. Lewandowski actually hit the nail on the head, is that this shouldn't be about Donald Barber or John Martin or any staff member.
The need of the city.
It's the needs of the city. And I absolutely, to your points, all of you all, stated that when I came here, I was excited by the part-time opportunity. I will admit that I was naive to the fact of how poorly run the city was up to that point. I mean, I knew that there were issues. I had read the paper. I had talked to you all. I had followed things. I had watched meetings. I was blown away by just critical systems that I would have taken for granted. So I will say unequivocally that the city is, in the next couple of months, there's going to be a 60-day build here that risks $5.2 million. And someone needs to have a check and balance on behalf of the residents to that project from the design builder. And as much as that would be great if it was a commissioner, it can't legally be a commissioner other than to a point of oversight. It needs to be someone in management here. So that has nothing to do with Donald Barber. That's just me telling you as a commission, my recommendation is that you concentrate the next 60 days on getting that project completed, because it will launch Archer. We talked about earlier going up and begging for more money. This is going to determine whether or not the DEP and the federal government is going to award Archer a significantly larger amount of money. So this is bigger than just me. But that's the best as I can answer. Yes, August 18th, there's a potential for a runoff. It is a board. I'm not running to be superintendent. I'm not running to manage the school system. I want to point that out.
My other concerning question is the other alternative work duty that you have, that I respect that employer as much.
Well, I do too
as
as well,
the
of
city
course,
Archer.
but I mean, again, that can be part of a broader discussion if that's what you all request of me, to come back with recommendations or suggestions.
I do.
We have built a budget. Within that budget is a position, whether it's me or someone else, there is a position funded that we believe will mostly be revenue neutral at this point, for a full-time city manager. Now, is it a salary that I think's attractive? No, not necessarily, but it's a salary that the city can afford. Everything that we've done on a budgetary sense is about what's best for the city, regardless of what's been best for us. I also hope that John and I haven't done damage to the city in thinking that you guys are going to receive people who are going to come in here and do this again. Fort White and other communities are realizing that there is a long-term cause and effect to this. We have a city south of us that's searching for a city manager because of a long-time misunderstanding of what that job takes. So I'm just being fair to you all and being fair to myself at the same time.
So I think, I understand how we got to where we're at. You know, I understand what happened, you know, why we, well, now we, because I'm sitting up here now, and I was bitching over there. Yeah, you're laughing, you think that's funny?
The words.
The words, yes, sorry. Not the sentiment? No, okay. Yeah. So I know how we got to where we're at. And I went and reviewed the contracts in great detail. And it's totally unrealistic, because essentially what we've asked for is for the individual sitting in that chair to work 20 hours a week, but as a salaried employee, and to do all those tasks. So essentially we're saying, hey, you know what, you can do all these in 20 hours a week. That's essentially the contract that you've agreed to. And I know it's completely unrealistic. So we know we can't do we can't continue to do what we're doing now, because eventually, if we continue to do it, you're going to walk away. You're going to get frustrated and you're going to walk away, and I wouldn't blame you. Okay. The only reason I was going to do it, I would agree to do it, is because I live here, and I'm retired. So not a big deal. I'm glad I'm not doing it. Okay. So just be clear, I'm not trying to get the job. I'm glad I'm not doing it, and Joyce is glad I'm not doing it. So we need to do something different, because what we're doing right now does not work and will not work for the near future. So we need to have, I think, you know, based upon all the tasks required, 2 full-time managers, unless we're able to contract out a significant amount of that without costing more money.
And Commissioner, if I could just briefly address that. So you guys obviously know that we've talked about next month, we're going to have people on for planning and zoning, for code enforcement, for things. I want to keep in mind, most of those are already contracted out. And bringing them into internal is actually going to increase the workload, because we are, as a staff, going to have oversight, invoice control, things of that. But the whole point of bringing those in-house is so that we're not just leaving our fate up to the county and hoping for the best in many areas. But to your point, I think what you've said is very wise, in that let's look at all the requirements of the position and let's systematically review them. I will say, I know for a fact there hasn't been a week that I've only put in 20 hours here at the city of Archer. I can guarantee you that. So you're right about that. It was unrealistic and naive on my part. But you know,
I knew you were going to say that.
I've done what I feel is the best that I could have done.
Yeah.
In the time that I have had.
Yeah, no question. So I think come back to us with some recommendations. It sounds like there's already some numbers in the budget, so it'll be interesting to see how that comes out. And then, that allows us to move forward. And then,
Would you guys like that discussion as part of the workshop and work out what those numbers look like and have recommendations for that? And then it would allow you guys to determine what direction to tell us to go in for the August meeting? Because irregardless, you're still gonna have to have a resolution whether you keep the current contract with me or whether, and maybe the attorney can answer this, but there's gonna have to be some sort of decision in August, according to the contract as I read it, as to what the future plan is, at least for the next 6 months.
I didn't get that from the contract, but I'll defer to him. But my understanding is you continue to move forward. I mean, if you chose to, you continue to move forward. There's no requirement, that it's a year contract, the 6-month review. You can.
I think the language that I'm going by is that it
There's a plan
did
for the
require a renegotiation at 6 months.
At 6 months for the plan.
I think it
Where we're
allowed
going.
it, didn't require it, but that's okay.
And what you're saying is the same thing that he's saying.
Yeah.
Where do you want it, in a workshop or an agenda item? I think the healthy place to do it is in the workshop.
Yeah.
So that there can be non-accusational, just good conversation. And I'm sorry, you say that you and John Martin shouldn't be in the language, but you should. Because out of respect for the position and what your strengths are and your weaknesses, based on your employment obligations in other areas, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot about being on a board, but that's still an obligation that I don't want to risk you having that opportunity. Mr. Martin and the traveling, that's a risk. I mean, not that he's not a good driver.
So let me address the traveling. I mean, I'm no further than I was at my last job that I was at for almost 8
No,
years.
and I'm not-
I mean, we're talking about, I'm 33 minutes from doorstep to here, and technically I would qualify under our personnel policy for being on call. So I want to point that out. So your city manager has to leave 15 minutes or 15 minutes or 15 miles,
radius of-
but all your staff that reacts to an emergency has a 35 to 45 minute window. That seems strange to me. Quite honestly.
And we're getting into the details.
And if your
of
talent
this.
pool is down to a specific amount, you need to also kind of keep that in
That's
mind.
all. I'm recommending that we do this negotiation and consideration through the budget process in the workshop, starting on the 27th.
So that would be my opinion.
That's what you feel is best also?
Yes, I don't think there's any other way to do it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, and then from that workshop, then we build the contract and the plan. I mean, more so than the contract, just the plan for the next 12 months. That includes both yourself and your position and those work tasks that Commissioner Lewandowski is talking about, but we're building it as we do our agendas every month. What we're contracting out, not that, me and my feeling about rearview mirror, that used to be an administrative function of the manager and the assistant manager here. Planning and zoning, codes board administration. We're subbing those out or considering getting contract bids for those.
But no, you are subbed out now.
Right, I know, because you're not administrating anything in codes, and neither is Mr. Martin. I'm just talking about the way it was versus where we're going with this. But we're also adding back wastewater and regional wastewater partnership and responsibilities that affect, and all the infrastructure that goes with that, as well as water grants. So, to me, they're equally as important. Nothing wrong with contracting where you can. You still got the accountability. You don't have the responsibility because you've contracted it out, but you have the oversight accountability of that function, just like J&S Accounting. I mean, we're still hounding you and Mr. Martin from an accountability standpoint, even though you're not in the nuts and bolts. Same way with the liaison commissioner. We're not, we're just asking for liaison accountability, but certainly not responsibility. So I think it should be in the workshop process from a monetary standpoint and what each of your needs are. I mean, he's been acknowledged to 30 hours that he's actually putting in a week. You're still at 20 and over 20 with your input. Somewhere there's a happy median that you're not going to divorce your wife and 5 children over, or have a heart attack.
Well, I won't divorce her. She might divorce me.
Exactly.
I want to make that clear for the record.
Exactly.
Mayor, may I have a question?
Yes, ma'am.
And you can tell me if it's not appropriate, but moving into the budget process, would it be okay for the commission to give me some ideas on what the salary you were thinking, so that I could put numbers together where we're not now gonna be on the 27th saying, oh, that's too high, oh, I was thinking it's so much more. So I have some kind of framework. If you think that's all inappropriate, fine, but I can't talk to you outside of here, so.
Yeah, well, so I think it's fair to have a rough start. You have to make budget assumptions, right? So I think that's fair. As a starting point, what was the last city?
I currently have 90 plus benefits.
You can't go by the last city manager. I think it was 105 plus with benefits. We can't afford that, and I have no expectation of that.
Oh, okay.
I currently have it as 90 with full benefits.
Okay, so let's leave it at 90 as full benefit. You have to have a starting point
The
somewhere.
marginal range is, and again, not insulting anyone,
Yeah.
is 70 plus the full benefit FRS retirement package, which jacks that to 35%. So I'm not trying to drop it from 90 to 70, I'm just saying, based on our municipal size. and
Fair enough.
Ms. Costello, I'm looking at you from 2007 forward. We started, at entry level for first time player, which I'm not insulting you by that, it was 70 to 90 range based on experience plus the benefit package, which our benefit package is pretty nice.
Right, but I would be careful. 90 is probably a lot, very low for the experience he has, and even with the benefit package. But anyways, I understand our situation financially, and I'm sure he does too. I'm gonna go with 90 if everyone is.
I was about to say, but at least 90 gives you a starting
That's right,
point,
that's
you
right.
need
and
to
that's
get the
all you
start.
were asking
Yeah.
for.
Yeah.
So I think at this point, we're just needing you to come back with what
Yeah.
Commissioner Lewandowski came and said.
Make sure
We've
we
got,
add-
can I finish, please? We've got the budget for Karen, what we're looking at, and we'll talk about it on the 27th, so that we can have it on the agenda in August.
Yeah. The only other thing I would add is that, let's not say anything about, it's their salary positions. So this whole thing about, 20, 32 hours, that needs to go away, because that's problematic to begin with anyway.
Yes.
With the feds. Yeah, so we're talking about salary positions, period.
Yes, it's exempt.
Yeah.
I feel, well, no, that's another topic.
Oh, say it, I mean.
Make
No,
sure,
I just feel that any position in the administration, that is public works director, whatever you want to call them, the city clerk, those are salary positions generally anywhere,
Yeah.
not hourly.
Yeah, so for, what's the right word? For transparency's sake, I wrote an email to the attorney, asking the attorney to do an evaluation for both the public works and for the deputy clerk's position, just as a point of clarity. Transparency, we're in the meeting, so I can say it now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
because I 100% agree with you.
I do too, and we actually put some scenarios into the budget showing what that would look like.
Okay. So with all that said, with all that said, I make a motion to,
can I speak, please?
oh, by all means.
Are you finished?
Please, let's move forward. Carry on.
Would you please just make sure that we consider the full benefit package percentage in that as a line item below the salary budget, please? PTO, vacation, sick time, all of the benefits
Yeah.
package that equates to about 30
Yes.
to 35% in addition to the 90,000.
Yes, it's a
Thank you.
complete package deal.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Rossi, you want to make a motion?
I just make the motion to, however I,
Discussion to July.
Thank you.
27th workshop.
table the discussion to the July 27th workshop, when will be provided all the asked for
We have
documentations.
a motion to table this until the
Second.
first workshop on the 27th. I have a second. Commissioner Lewandowski?
Yep, second.
Any further discussion or questions from the dais? Any questions or comments from the constituency in the audience?
Sorry.
Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on to the next item, I just wanted to thank you all for your participation, and I know this is not fun to discuss in public, But I also thank you for the critique, because there were a lot of helpful comments on a lot of the evaluations, and I've taken them to heart, and so I look forward to addressing some of those issues in the future potentially.
Thank you. Next is Resolution 2026-37, William Copeland Jr. Commission consideration for renaming the Archer City Commission.
Mr. Mayor, this is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Archer, Florida, honoring former Mayor William Copeland for his vision and contributions to youth civic engagement, naming the city's Junior City Commission program the William Copeland Junior City Commission, authorizing city staff to implement the program, name and official materials, certificates, communications, and related recognition materials, provided for coordination with Archer Elementary School and the Copeland family, provided for fiscal limitations, provided for correction of non-substantive scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass Resolution 2026-37 as read by title only.
Your motion?
I'll make a motion for discussion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second from Commissioner Lewandowski. First from Commissioner Fiore.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I just have a quick question on this. So when this request came through, and I don't know, I know Mr. Martin responded to this individual because you apparently knew, you know everybody, but you knew this person. It was very specific that the individual requested to be told when this was going to be on the agenda. Did anyone reach out to the individual and say it was tonight?
We did.
Okay, that's my question.
But I mean, it's really late, and we told them it would probably be late.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we made that.
But I also want to mention that, you know, it wasn't just that, they also were physically here as well. I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, they were?
They came to the meeting last time and addressed this during public comment. So not only did they send the letter at our last meeting, they showed up, they addressed the subject, and they asked it to be placed on the agenda for discussion and voting on it. So all
No,
I
I
was,
didn't remember that.
all
that they were
I
here.
didn't choose to place this on here.
That either.
It was in a public comment. It really was. She came up, she says, my uncle or so-and-so was this gentleman.
Meeting?
What's that?
It was the, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
the June 8th meeting.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 meetings ago, because we have another one.
Okay, just as long as, I just wanted to make sure that we fulfilled that request, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, and if
Okay.
you guys want to delay it until someone's
I don't.
present, we can
No, I
do
just want
that.
to make
or-
sure that we made the effort, that's all.
Oh, yeah,
Thanks.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they'd be excited just to see their wish come true.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Copeland was mayor way before I moved here, so I don't know him. I know Mary's my neighbor, she lives across the street, and so I don't really have an opinion one way or the other. I mean, I don't have an issue with it. I was kind of hoping that one of you who have been here for a long time could speak about Mr. Copeland. Because I'm personally, I can't, or maybe somebody from the audience can. John? Okay, that's good. That's useful. Before your time too?
No, I've been here since we moved here in 1973, so I've been here.
Okay.
I don't know anything about him.
Oh,
This was my first time hearing of him.
oh,
Well, I can tell you, yes, Commissioner Fiore is correct. I knew Mr. Copeland Bill very well. He was quite the gentleman, for sure. I know back in those days, now I didn't live in Archer, obviously. I came over here some, was involved both at the League of Cities and when I was serving as mayor and city commissioner in Hawthorne. So I had some natural interaction with him. I got to know him even better when I was actually running for public office countywide myself. And I can tell you that the people that served with him at that time kind of looked at him as kind of, and this is probably unfair to put on him, but like he was like Mr. Archer. When he went somewhere to like a league meeting at the state level and stuff like that, everybody knew him. Everybody, in a very positive way. So he always represented Archer extremely well, but he wasn't seeking publicity that way. It was just kind of given to him. And as a much younger guy than myself, he saw something in me and mentored me quite a bit, even after I left the major public scene and stuff like that. So, you know, and his name, if you want it, is on the plaque for the building out here. He was the mayor, I think, when they secured this city hall. So whether or not he's deserving of that honor, he's certainly not deserved, if you follow what I'm saying. He was just a good, gentle man who loved Archer and loved the people of Archer and tried to represent the city of Archer, from my perspective, from outside looking in, the best he possibly could, and always carried himself with grace and dignity, and was a big proponent of the city of Archer and the people here. So, and young people, absolutely. So the junior aspect of it, I think, fits in pretty well. You know, I didn't serve with him at the level that y'all would have had you been here, but I served with him on the League of Cities and several other things. And I have nothing but tremendous admiration for the guy. Now, up to y'all to decide whether to honor him in that way, but he's certainly deserving of whatever honor people decide to give him.
Thank you, that was very helpful.
Thank you.
So has he passed away?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and if the testimony is recalled in my mind, the reason why she suggested this was because she had stated she had served on the Junior City Commission in Archer, the Miss Christy Kuafari, and she had stated that it was known that 30 years prior to now, he had been the one that had planted the seed to start the Junior City Commission. So I think that's why they asked for that, because he was, I think, on you all's commission when he proposed getting that relationship to start, so.
And that doesn't surprise me at all.
My input in this, for whatever it's worth, is I would like to make sure if he has a middle initial, that's included in his name, and Mary Copeland is still alive and well.
She's
so
still alive.
We could certainly find that out. I'm not saying.
Would y'all like to give me a consensus and we do a little positive publicity and we invite her and the person who sponsored, and maybe we try to do some positive press over this?
Certainly the Christy Kafari who's brought this forward.
But I mean, if his widow's still around, I mean, she should be part of it if we do anything.
But I'd also like to make sure that we retain the name Archer in the renaming of this.
Oh, you mean as far as the junior commission?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry, in respect to my city, we are one of the few cities that even have a junior city.
Oh, no, absolutely, Mr. Mayor, yeah.
And so rather than it just, I mean, because people would say, William Copeland Junior City Commission, where is that? I just think we need to retain the city of Archer.
We could do of Archer in the name.
That was gonna be my question. What was your
I'm
suggestion?
sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that was
but I
okay.
just-
That was gonna be
I
my
just think we
question.
need to
What was-
retain the,
Well, why don't you guys just give me a consensus of something you want me to move forward? We can invite family and the respondent. We can settle on whether or not the middle initial needs to be added. We can come up with the formal name, and then you guys could address it and possibly take pictures, and we could send it to our newspapers that love us so much. And
we have to sign out front, that certainly needs to be considered as
Sure.
an expense.
And I could even price that out and see what that would look like. Is that okay?
That was donated by Mrs. Kosicki, I think, or whatever, so we just need to plan that accordingly, so.
So from my perspective, yes.
So by consensus, we're okay, contingent on middle initial and making sure we retain the name of Archer in it, is that okay?
Yes.
And then the follow-up with the recognition to the widow and the family of Mr. Copeland. With the snacks or whatever we want to do. So, okay, all right, by consensus, it's approved. Next item that's been added is item G, liaison position for Commissioner Rossi in Public Works, and then, I guess a liaison with community service work. And you want to speak to that, or are you just willing to take on that task, or?
Yes, I am willing to take on that task. I had reached out to the supervisor, Mr. Keith Malden, I think, I don't know.
I'm sorry, point of order, there should be a motion first and then have discussion. Since it was brought up on the agenda, so I think there should be a motion first.
No.
No, you sure?
If she's presenting something.
Oh, define it first, okay.
Last role and what you were going to be
Okay.
encompassing with the liaison position.
Oh.
By definition by you, I mean, what?
Oh, yes, just to be the liaison for Public Works and over the community service program.
based on that and what we define as liaison position, you with wastewater and water, you with financial, fully understanding that
Mike, Mr. Mayor.
In a liaison position, you with wastewater and water, you with Commissioner Fiore with financial review and reporting. It's not an authorizing position, and again, I'm not trying to be elementary, but it is basically just a reporting mechanism for those components. And someone that, staff can come to you with ideas or whatever, and then you report to us. But we just have to be careful that it doesn't breach what has happened in the past, where it becomes an authorizing position where that staff comes to you, or staff comes to you, or staff comes to you.
It's fully addressed in the charter.
Okay.
The charter discusses.
Just clarifying that, and then, what role would you like to play in that liaison position? What is your definition of that?
I would just like to be a part of it, to have somebody that they can bounce things off of, the contact person. I just want to support them to be successful in the best way possible.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, so just in the short time Commissioner Rossi's been on the commission, she's never even attempted, matter of fact, I could say this about all of you, and I appreciate it actually, no one here on the dais has asked to get involved in things in any kind of an unprofessional manner. Everyone has, clearly established their limitations. Not saying that it hasn't happened in the past, but I can speak to, as of now, questions are asked, she waits for a response, then there's a discussion one-on-one. It would be great from our perspective that citizens know that there's a particular commissioner to go to help work with staff to figure out a resolution for things that they perceive as needs or challenges that we face. Staff's not against it at all, and so of course it's y'all's decision.
So is a motion needed to allow Commissioner Rossi to be the liaison for it?
We did a resolution for you. We did a resolution for Mr. Lewandowski to the mayor's point, to stipulate specifically what the limits of that are. In good spirit, I encouraged her to bring it up when she asked me tonight, add it to the agenda.
Okay.
If you guys wanted, I would just put that resolution on the consent agenda next meeting, not the special meeting, but the regular meeting in August. And then from that point forward, she could act in the same capacity that you all do, knowing that it's official.
So do you need a motion to put that on?
I would need a motion for you guys to have us draft the resolution
Okay, well,
for her to be the
I put out
liaison
a
for Public Works and Community Service.
Motion to have the city manager draft a resolution to put Commissioner Rossi, sorry, as liaison.
I have a motion
Second.
to accept
Second.
Commissioner Rossi as liaison for Public Works and Community Service Plan working for Archer. I have a first from Commissioner Fiore, second from Commissioner Lewandowski, and to put it on our August consent agenda meeting.
Yeah, just one point of discussion. So I think it's a really good idea. We have a referendum. I'm sorry. Yeah, we have it formally. Although I do want to point out, according to the charter, the mayor can appoint somebody. So that is in the charter. The mayor has that power. But I think this referendum is the best way to go.
A resolution.
Resolution. I'm sorry. Resolution. Thank you.
It could be a referendum if we want charter review.
Resolution.
Okay.
If you want noise, let me know. I'll pass it on to you.
Just being funny. Okay, any other comments, discussion? Let's go to a vote. All those in favor of adding this liaison position for Commissioner Rossi to our consent agenda on the August meeting, say aye.
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 Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. And last but not least is item H, the
Mr. Mayor, I have a proposed ordinance before you this evening. There's a letter that we received from Open Carry. It's a not-for-profit organization. They must look at your ordinances for all cities all over the state is what my anticipation is. And they caught in our code provision, there is a provision that says that no person shall discharge a firearm in or within 500 feet of the cemetery, with the exception of authorized military burials or honorary services. There is a state law now that is Chapter 790 of the Florida statutes that preempts all gun regulations to the state. There's a case that came out in 2025, first DCA opinion by Judge Kelsey, that basically said it was an individual, McDaniel versus state. So Mr. McDaniel was running for county commission, and he was on the streets in Pensacola with a gun in his hip, in the front of his pants, and the police officers in Pensacola saw him waving the Constitution in one hand and waving to residents in the other. They arrested him for having the gun visible. He said, "No, I have a concealed weapon permit." And they said, "Well, you have to conceal the weapon." He said, "No, I don't. I can open carry." So the case, he was arrested for it, and my understanding was convicted at the trial court level. That went up all the way to the Florida first DCA. And Judge Kelsey said, no, this is all exempted and preempted. There's an express preemption to the state of Florida legislation. So the long shot of this is this letter that we received approximately 11 days ago, I believe it was, said you can't enforce this. It's preempted to the state, and we're going to bring an action against you. We can get attorney's fees. Commissioners can get fined under the law up to $5,000. So my suggestion is that we simply delete that provision from the cemetery ordinance. I'm going to send a letter out to Mr. Carena, who is the executive director of Florida Carry, that we don't enforce the agreement. My knowledge, this hadn't been enforced. I think this is how it's come to pass. But we're going to say, look, we're not enforcing it. We're in the process of deleting that from our code. End of story. So that's the gist of it. With that, I would like to read the title of the ordinance, so we'll have it passed by first reading this evening. I'll advise Mr. Carena of that, and then we'll bring it back for second and final reading after we advertise it. So, Mr. Mayor, this will be ordinance number 2026-03, an ordinance of the City of Archer, Florida, amending Chapter 35, Section 35-7 to repeal subsection H due to the statutory preemption, providing for the repeal of all conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. The appropriate motion is to pass ordinance number 2026-03 on its first reading by title only.
Do you have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Vice Mayor Bailey, a second from Commissioner Lewandowski. Discussion or questions?
Well, I'm absolutely in favor of it. I mean, there's no choice, really. But I think the other important thing to point out, as the attorney said, is to the best of my knowledge, I've only been here since 2018. It's never been enforced. And if somebody actually did it, they would probably be in violation of something else anyway, so it doesn't make any sense. The other thing I would say is that my understanding of the way the ordinances have been written in the past and currently is that, am I correct in saying that the way our ordinances are written is that if the state law changes, the ordinance actually is automatically sunset?
It does. The state law supersedes the effect of our code of ordinances. And as you said, it would be some bizarre set of facts that would elicit enforcement under this. And so
that's kind of what I thought. And the only thing I would say is I would, as you write your response back to them, say, look, I know part of the law is, enforcement has never been enforced, never been intended to enforce, not practical to enforce it. And by the way, our laws are sunset anyway when state law changes. So, and now we're going to do the other thing and take it out.
For clarification, Mr. Mayor, if we could just add this to the consent agenda we could advertise both at the same time and do 2 second reads where he reads the title or Derek reads the title at the July 27th, since we're already going to have a meeting, and go ahead and get the second read done if that's acceptable to you all.
I have a question. Could you define section H, it? What is it in it now that we do wrong
Happy to do so, Mr. Mayor.
specific to it? I
It
mean,
says, "No person shall discharge a firearm in or within 500 feet of the cemetery with the exception of authorized military burials or honorary services."
And
So
so
if you're-
their issue is that they think,
The issue is there's private property within that range of the cemetery. And if they were to discharge a firearm by this ordinance, they would be in a violation of city ordinance. And this is pre-exempted from that decision.
so I can go into the cemetery with my rifle squirrel hunting.
Totally different issue.
Different issue, yeah.
But what we're saying is the 500 feet is the issue.
Yeah. And their argument, if you read that letter, their argument is strictly state law. State law says you can't do it, so we can't do
You
it.
can't do what?
If you are the neighbor to the
Yes.
current cemetery,
Yes.
and someone's on your property, and you decide you're gonna shoot that person, you're 500 feet from the cemetery, you're not allowed to do that.
By ordinance.
By ordinance.
So it's not in compliance with state law.
So what is the regulation for shooting in our city-owned cemetery?
Different set of
Yeah,
circumstances.
so now, like I did a little, as you know, I did some reading on this. So the state statute, which I can't quote off the top of my head, but the state statute does cover discharges. So it talks about discharging of weapons in public places, discharging on private property.
Cemeteries for private.
Cemeteries are not addressed in the state ordinance.
That's why I'm going there with
It
this.
just says, but the state says they have the authority to say when you cannot discharge. Municipalities and counties can't say a thing.
So this organization is pro carrying the weapon anywhere they want.
Correct.
They are very pro Second
But
Amendment.
a discharge would be a different set of
Yes,
circumstances.
discharge is a different set of circumstances. Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, that's law now other than in private property. And even private properties are making that determination of whether you can open carry.
Yeah.
They have to post that you can't. But right now, state law is, according to this decision, from my understanding, that you can open carry anywhere in the state of Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
Except
So-
a public meeting.
Yeah,
You
or
can't-
federal grounds, yes.
Federal grounds, there are courthouses.
Right.
There's a enumerated, 9 enumerated.
But this doesn't restrict someone from having a formal cemetery.
No, Bob
Funeral service
Kosicki can still launch the cannon.
7 times. for
And we'll
4th of
try to do it
July.
on Veterans Day.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
We don't foresee this as a problem, Mr. Mayor, but what we do foresee is not addressing it as becoming a problem. I mean, you guys would have to get elected to it a couple extra terms to pay the $5,000 fine.
Couple of, yeah.
All right, I think we have, 5 items now on the 27th on our short meeting? So it's quickly becoming a full meeting, yeah. Yeah. Okay, it's 10 till 10. I'll entertain a motion to complete this meeting and extend it by 10 minutes.
So moved.
Have a motion from Commissioner Lewandowski. Have a second?
We have public comment, commissioner comment, mayor comment.
Do I have a second? To extend the meeting?
I'll second.
Sorry, Robert's Rule of Order is just trying to do his job. All right, I have a motion and a second.
No need to say sorry.
Any discussion? Questions? All those in favor of extending the meeting 10 minutes to complete the
Aye.
action item, say aye.
Aye.
Nays, like sign. Aye as well. Nays, like sign. Motion carries. Next item is public comment number 2. You're up, Ms. Costello. How did I know, huh? My friend in crime. Okay.
Couple last questions, twofold. I asked for a receipt from them several months ago, never got it. So now, because I noticed that they went from 1,700 to like 21 or 22 and then back down, and it's, so obviously they're doing extra jobs, and I wanted to see the receipt as what extra jobs they get paid for. Now, I would like to know, so I'm still asking for them, and I'd like to know specifically how much do we pay them to do our water notices? Or is that in the contract? Okay, but I would like a couple receipts from them. I noticed one was 17 and the other one was like 21 or 22, and so it's like, okay, well, what exactly You know, they have a core contract that they do for our water every month, but then they do extras.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, if I could, if this could be a formal public records request, and if you already did, that's fine, I'll take that. But just to narrow down, for the sake of a records request, what months would you like? I can get you the contract, but
Yeah.
what months would you
Okay,
like?
probably, April and June.
Okay, I can do that.
Probably April and June. Hopefully,
April, May, and June?
no, just April and June, and then if I can't find the,
With contract.
yeah.
Okay.
Find what their extra duties are that we get paid
That's
for.
the contract, so you're asking for the contract?
No, the receipts on what they do, because that should, wouldn't that?
I'll provide the contract. It'll cover, just like the attorney, base what they cover. And then anything that's
Oh, okay,
above and beyond, you'll see that in invoices.
Okay, okay. So the next thing is, I really would love to go back to getting Public Works report. It's just, you know, I have a problem. I go drive around town and I just don't see them out very much at all. I'd like to know what they do. So I'd really like to have a Public Works report every month. I know you said that we're getting work orders. Well, then that's my next question. It's like, do we have to do work orders for them to mow? What's their core responsibilities? I don't even know what their core responsibilities, and if it's mowing is their core, then, you know, we shouldn't have to do that. The next thing is emergency calls. If after hours don't pick up, who does that call go to if we don't have a full-time manager, or is it just nobody for right now?
I need, Mr. Mayor, if she could define what an emergency call is.
You're talking about an after-hour call to the
Yes,
city of
yes,
Archer.
after-hour call.
Could you
Yes.
define what the new procedure is on that?
Okay,
quickly?
so
Stop the
again,
clock.
I need a clarification on what we're considering in an after-hours call.
Okay, let me just give an example, and you're aware of this. I think Commissioner Lewandowski is aware. We got a water notice. I didn't understand it. Two of my neighbors called me. They didn't understand it. I said, well, look, I'll find out. So I called the after hours about 8:15 Wednesday night. Nobody ever called me back. I left a message. Nobody ever called me back. Thursday afternoon, about 3:30, I text John and Mr. Barber, and I told him that I called the after hours, and nobody ever called me back. And could they tell me where this water notice is for? You know, is it north or south of 137? It doesn't say. And I have two neighbors that also want to know. So nobody ever responded to me anywhere. Where would something like this go?
Okay, so for the record, I did respond. I met you at your kitchen table the next Tuesday. So I want to make sure that's on the record, and I was there for quite a while.
You did meet with me, but
So I did
that's
answer
not
that question.
Responding, that's like,
Well, you
know,
texted me on a Thursday night,
a Thursday
and
afternoon about
okay,
8:30.
and there's a rare occasion where I have two jobs that match up, and it was the 4th of July weekend, and I knew from the text what the issue was, and it is not an emergency.
Okay.
So what we've done to address it is, as I've told you with Commissioner Lewandowski, in the future, the staff will be tasked with creating a map and putting dots over houses that are affected, not by a boil water notice, by a precautionary boil water notice. And there's a massive difference between those two, as I explained to you. Furthermore, the boil water notice as it's posted, and as twofold, or anyone will tell you because I have a water license, it is defined and listed in a format that DEP requires. So that is never going to change. I understand it's confusing, but that is their requirement. So what I've offered to do is, in the future, when we have one of these situations, we will take a Google map, we will take an aerial photo of terrain, and we'll put a dot in a little viewfinder, like a little program, and we'll put a little red dot or something over the houses that are under the, and we'll post that on the website. But just keep in mind, Commission, if that means it's 2 in the morning, I'm paying a staff member that can get on the computer and load that on the website. So we're all clear on that. But I just want to clarify that I did answer this question. I did come up with a solution for it. And yes, I ignored a text because, again, as my first question was, that is not an emergency issue that I need to address for the limited amount of time that I spend with my family.
Okay, so my question is, who does it go to? Who does, if we have a question and after hours don't
It goes to the staff member, and if they don't answer and it's a true emergency, you should call 911. And if our staff gets caught not answering the phone, I need to know about that, or Mr. Martin needs to know about that, and we will take care of it on our side from a
Okay, so
disciplinary
911.
standpoint.
Okay,
If it's an
that's all I wanted
emergency,
to
if it's an
know.
emergency.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Lori, what he's saying though is.
If it wasn't an emergency.
No, he's
Oh.
also saying that if somebody didn't answer the phone
Yeah.
and they were supposed to,
Yeah.
they need to know that so that they can
Yeah, and
handle,
I told him that.
okay,
I told
so
him
that they
in
can
the- I
handle
told
it
him that
from
in the
this
text
side.
When I said, I'm sorry, I don't mean to bother you, but, you know, me and my neighbors have a question about the boil water notice. We don't know what it covers. And, I called the after hours, of course, and nobody called me back. So I did explain all that.
Mr. Mayor, if I
I
may,
just want to know where we go when there's emergency and nobody's on the after call.
if
That's
if
all-
no
that's
one
all I
answers the
wanted
phone
to
and it's a
know.
true emergency, I would encourage you to call 911. But I'd still encourage you to reach out to John or myself or both to let us know that someone didn't follow through on the after hours call. I also want to make sure that.
But that will be like the next week when you're back to work, right?
Okay, again, that's why I'm about to say what I'm about to say. I also want it on the record that that is a rare occasion that I haven't responded to a resident in real time. You, the commission, and other residents know very clearly that my communication skills are pretty darn well, okay? And Ms. Costello, I can go through with 15 or 20 emails and hundreds of texts where I have responded, I have liked, and I have responded in real time within minutes. So I want that on the record here because I'm not going to have this distorted that I'm not answering concerns that are coming in from residents. I've met with residents on their porches, at their houses. Just Thursday, I was at a resident's house for 2 hours walking their property and walking surrounding properties, addressing their issues. We've been to flood issues. We've gotten engineers involved. They have access to me. I give out my cell number. My cell number is on the business card for Archer, and I have over 250, I want to be careful, like 250 texts from Ms. Costello, and I've responded to the concerns that she's had. So I'm not saying she's creating that narrative, but as for people watching and for other things, I don't want it being said that I'm ignoring things that are coming in, because that's not the case.
Okay, I just wanted that question answered, but please send me that 250 text.
Well, one night alone, it was 137. One night alone, yes ma'am. I have the evidence for it.
Please,
And
I
it's
would like
okay,
to-
I'm not
No,
criticizing you
no,
for
no,
that.
No, I would never even be on my phone that long.
It was
That's
photos.
insane.
So it showed 137. Each photo is a text.
Okay.
So it's not a problem. I don't want to get that impression.
Well, I
I'm
would
just saying I
never-
don't want it said that I'm not responding
I don't even have that.
to concerns.
You send it to me, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, so again, this took almost our 10 minutes, and that is why we are supposed to give them their 3 minutes to verbalize all of their questions, and then we answer, so that it doesn't take 10 minutes.
I apologize,
No, we
Vice
need
Mayor.
to just finish.
I apologize, Madam Vice Mayor.
5 minutes, I think we'll be finished. Do I have a motion?
I think I'll make a
Well, we
motion for
can
10
just
minutes.
finish.
10 minutes.
Okay,
Second.
a second. Any comment, questions? All those in favor of 10 minutes to finish the meeting, say aye.
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 Aye as well, nays?
No.
Okay, 1 and 1, 10 more minutes.
Okay, I have a
Before
comment.
you start, Ms. Costello, did you
Yes.
have your 621 9 questions plus the ones you just added answered?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Your email from 621 with 9 questions for public records, I guess, request, plus the 3 you just added. We know the 3 you just added, but were those answered?
I don't even remember what they were.
You don't remember the 9 questions
the 9 questions that you asked?
from 621 email?
Yes, sir, they were answered.
Okay, so could I see the answers to those?
Yes, sir.
At your convenience?
Yep.
Certainly not at 2 a.m. or interrupting your family, but when it could be.
6:21, I'll look it up.
I'll forward it back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so just a couple of things. So I think it is important to know that most residents, and I actually didn't know this either until you told me, is there's a difference between like a precautionary boil notice and a boil notice. I didn't know there was a difference actually either. So I think that I understand your passion, but I think we also have to be cognizant of the fact that the residents don't have your knowledge on some things. Okay, so I wouldn't know either. So, and I had confusion too about that particular boil notice. We discussed it. And I understand the whole DEP thing, but it really is all about communications, right? And being able to communicate to folks appropriately. So I think that there's some of that communication stuff we have to do better at. It's kind of my suggestion on that.
And I concur, because I
Yeah.
asked the same thing, and I think your plan of action,
I think it's, yeah.
not as an emergency pinpointing at 2 a.m. in the morning, but to give that parameter of who was affected. Because I too got a call, a question, does it affect us because we're near 170?
Yeah.
And I said, well, I've been drinking the water, I'm gonna drink the water, if I die, I die. Because I went by the premise of precautionary boil water notice.
Yeah.
If it's bacteriologically to the point we need to put bleach in the water, then we drink bleach. And I'm not being funny, I'm just saying, there's a difference. But it was unsure where the line stopped. So
Yeah.
that's a great plan, and I commend you for that. Not to do it in a demonstrative way, but just if that's something that could be done when it's that no man's land and you're not sure.
Now, I think that app we've been talking about, if there's something in the budget, he and I sat in a meeting, I think Mr. Martin was in the meeting too, where it's a company that has an app, and it's a way of pushing out communications to citizens. It's amazing. And, I think we have to do some more due diligence on it, but it will settle a lot of problems. My observation is most people are using their cell phones anyway. They're not going on computers, looking at websites and stuff.
I know I contacted you, Mr. Martin, just asked you, was the rescission notice posted yet? Were you sure? Did we know? And you committed that it would be, and it was late on Thursday if it got done on the website. The rescission notice after the fact. So communication is a wonderful thing. So, all right. Commissioner comments? Anything else?
No, I got a couple of quick things.
Yes, sir.
As you probably just heard, Mr. Barber and I met with Ms. Costello. So we had a conversation about that. We went through a lot of things. It was almost all public work stuff, so it'll be handed over to Commissioner Rossi with that beautiful smile she has, so you'll be taking that. The other thing is I am, myself and Mr. Barber, doing a follow-up on the noise. I was able to get some detailed contact information, so I will be doing some follow-up with that. That's it. That's all I have.
Okay.
Oh, one other thing is, I need to say it publicly because Commissioner Fiore asked me about dashboard because the mayor had mentioned dashboard. So a financial dashboard is essentially an upper-level executive summary.
Okay, I didn't know, I
Yeah.
know what that is.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought
So-
it
and
was-
that's-
I didn't know it had anything to do with finances.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. And again, I think that's really important because at this level, unless you're into the budget as detailed as you are, you need to be able to have that sort of 30,000 view in terms of what our long-term liabilities are, where the big money's coming from, et cetera. And one last point I want to make then is that I am really concerned over what the wastewater is going to actually cost us eventually. So we had this, little tit for tat in regards to the Waste Pro. What's always in the back of my mind is what wastewater is going to cost people in the future, because we really don't know. And there is a lot of risk in the current project. It's not Mr. Barber's fault, so just be clear. It's not his fault, but it's there. And our residents, us, could be on the hook for a lot of money for a long period of time if we don't cross the T's, dot the I's, and get more grant money. So that's something that's continuously in the back of my mind that I worry about. That's all I have.
Commissioner Fiore?
just gonna continue to work on the budget, have to meet with Mr. Barber. We're gonna have to spend a couple hours together trying to flush this out. And I do have one question. What is the kitty cat picture?
I think it was in the closet, and John had some HVAC work done, and it was just pulled out of the cabinet, or the corner, and
There's a cat.
Just wondering. Okay, thanks.
it wanted to be part of the trash talk tonight.
Sorry, it needs to go out in sealed bid. We
Commissioner
can't take
Rossi,
it.
do you have
Sealed bid.
anything other than your new assignment?
I'm good.
Vice Mayor Bailey? anything?
I have a couple things.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, Mr. Barber, I appreciate your communication. And I've talked to citizens, and I actually was on the phone with a citizen today who also was impressed with your communication. She said that she sent you an evite or something, and before she can put her phone down, you had responded. And that every time she sends something, you respond quickly. So I know I experienced that, but when she was saying that, then, it was like, oh, well, good, I'm glad to know that is, it extends further than here. And she wasn't the first person to say that they have received communication from you. So I do believe that you communicate. The other thing is, well, 2 apologies. I printed the manager's evaluation. I printed it, but I forgot to scan it and send it, and then when I saw them, so my apologies.
It's okay, I mean, I can put it as part of the official record at the workshop.
Okay, I was gonna say, or we go with what's there, cause it was fine. And the ACH check thing, I printed that because I was like, I don't know if I wanna send my social over an email. So I was supposed to grab that stuff and bring it with me, and I forgot, so sorry. I didn't wanna, send that one in email. The other thing is I called because I received a call about water at the parks. And so someone called me because they said they were told there is no access to water at the parks. And so I wanted to know about that. So I called this morning, and Tangi said that is correct. So I know the fountains and everything were taken out a while ago. So now what?
Which park? All of them?
From what I understood, it was both parks. So please explain.
Okay, I know toilets are flushing,
Right.
and I know sinks and bathrooms
Okay, so
are.
sinks and bathrooms, but
But you mean
no
like
water
spigots
outside. Yes.
and things of that nature?
Yes, and.
Got it.
And the fountains
Okay.
were taken.
Yeah, we
from
can look into that
Wilson
for sure.
Robertson, yeah. And, so, yeah, I know that we need to have water down there for people to get water, and that kind of thing.
Okay.
So I wanted to bring that up, and I asked her to mention it to you. I don't know if she did or didn't, it's okay. I also recently learned that there was an unfavorable incident at the library that has since been taken care of.
Everybody heard about that. Sorry.
So I found that out this morning too, that everybody heard about it. But see, that's what I get for
heard
not
about
being
it.
on Facebook now.
So I gotta live
But-
close enough because I heard about it.
Yeah. So I wasn't very happy about that. Unfortunately,
Would you like staff to reach out to library and just renegotiate relationships and reformulate that, we want a good cooperation with them?
Right,
And
especially for our kids.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't matter who the kid is. A kid is a kid. And if a kid is misbehaving, then you redirect them. Period.
yeah, so
And if they are with an adult,
we'll reach out to the
you
library.
get that adult.
What was the incident? I didn't hear.
Oh, you didn't hear about it? Okay, I'll tell you about it after we adjourn. It wasn't minor.
But how was the city involved in that?
The city was not.
Well, that's my question. Why would we be
Yeah.
contacting
Because it was
Well, because it's the
4 hours.
Archer Library, and I
Exactly.
feel like it's important to have our vision aligned with county. And it's not necessarily something that we need to have discipline or anything on, but just to
Correct.
have an understanding that we want our residents to be able to utilize the services that they pay taxes for.
So,
Correct.
Remove the minor from misbehavior?
The minor was not, it was the adult.
Oh, and it wasn't a worker of the library?
It was,
It was a worker in the library?
correct.
A volunteer?
And it has since been taken care
yeah,
of, but.
I'm a
but-
little concerned that we're talking about this because it again, was all over Facebook, but it went through the library chain of
I
command.
just said that it
Yeah.
has been taken care
No,
of.
but Commissioner, I'm
but-
just saying, I want to reach out to them and make sure,
Correct.
just like with the sheriff's office and everybody else, not
Correct.
about this incident, but that we reestablish a good relationship and make
Correct.
sure that events at the library and things at the library are in collaboration with the city.
Is that
And,
all?
and the last thing,
Yes, ma'am.
is anyone missing a dog? It's a brown dog, and I don't know what it looks like because it's always around at night, but it's walking around at night and going to different
puppy or a
people.
full-grown
It's a big dog. It is, okay, because I haven't seen it during the day, but it is going and terrorizing other people and their animals. So, yeah. But we've got the people coming. You do? Okay.
Next month,
That's all, Vice Mayor.
animal control.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Is that all for you?
That's it. That was the last thing.
I have nothing to report other than I will be attending the North Central Florida Planning Council meeting next week.
Yeah. I do have one quick question, Mr. Mayor. I forgot to ask.
Yes, sir.
I sent you that text message a little while back in regards to the splash pad.
Yes.
Yeah. What's the status on that?
We met with, an individual contacted us and asked us to meet with their relative, their son-in-law, because he had plumbing experience and had more than just plumbing experience. He knew how to work on those things. We set up the appointment, we met with the individual, they came in, we talked to them about, just coming up with an assessment, letting us know, asked them, were they willing to cover parts and labor? He indicated yes. We then had Calvin come into the office. Calvin then took him out to the site in a separate vehicle, of course. They met out there. He looked over at all of us, and Calvin and the staff basically just said, when you're ready to do something and need to arrange it, when you have some answers on it, let us know, and we'd be more than happy to get you access and assist and all that. We haven't heard back from them from this point. What I can do is I can send another email to the original source or the gentleman, just reminding them, asking them if they have an update. But I don't really feel like, someone volunteering their time and their resources that it's appropriate for me to necessarily do that. So I was kind of waiting to hear. I was waiting to kind of, but we met, we followed up, we sent them over there, they toured it, and so we're waiting to hear from them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Just beware, are they certified and bonded before we start doing that?
We are in the health department. This is off the splash pad. This is just something in the actual parts area. It's there's nothing that, a plumber's a plumber's a plumber. So, and yes, they were.
Certified bonded.
They were but we're not hiring them, Mr. Mayor. So, but they were once upon a time. We verified credentials.
Public places and take care of that, so we give something back to ourselves.
Yeah.
This meeting's adjourned to 10:15, 5 minutes over the deadline.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
Yes, I know.